right, everybody. Welcome back to the afternoon session of Say by the Bellerin, the Arsenal football podcast here on the Sports Talk Line Network. I'm Raphael, joined for the moment by, totally discombobulated. Sam is to my left. Freddie Paxton has jumped in to the chat, and Ryan has joined us again. We've got the full contingent here to take you down to the deadline. And the theme for our afternoon, or for the evening, as you were, for you gentlemen, clarity and calm. When we went to our break an hour ago, some uncertainty, some a little hesitancy. Lucas Torreira was not confirmed. Matteo Guendouzi had not been announced by the Bundesliga. Some people were kind of questioning whether Thomas Partey was going to be across the line or not. Freddie, we're going to bring you right in. I'm seeing from multiple sources now, he has completed his medical. I'm hearing reports he's on his way to London. Can you add anything to that?
Yeah, well, not really add anything to it, but yeah, he's on his way to London now, as is being reported by many people. And it's pretty much a race against the clock. I don't expect that to be too difficult a thing to achieve before the deadline. I think it'll be done with good enough time left. But obviously, it's a little bit of it's a little bit of a nervous couple of hours just in case anything does go wrong. Because obviously we are a little bit pressed for time, and we've left it right up until the end.
Let's talk about that. Has he completed his medical? And if he has, what's left when he arrives in London?
There's probably still some little bits left to do when he arrives in London, but I think the bulk of the medical was completed earlier today in Madrid. And yeah, there'll be some other things left to complete, little formalities. There's many parts to a medical, so these things can take a little while. So they'll probably get that little bit done while the paperwork's being processed and whatnot later.
Gentlemen, you're familiar with the term "possession is 9/10 of the law." Ryan, I'm going to bring you in. It looks like they've got him. They have him. He's on a plane. He's on his way to England right now.
Yeah, and as Freddie said, it's just a race against time now. So hopefully we can get it done in time. It's been a long window.
It's been a long day too, right?
Yeah. I was awake at 6:30 this morning, refreshing Twitter every 2 minutes. So.
and sea change. We just we're gonna shuffling. Things are a little looser here. I don't think we're not as under the gun. Sam's looking at Twitter right now. I'm going to come back to you, Freddie, because you were not with us this morning. But it seems, judging from the rhetoric, the official rhetoric on social media from Spain, this was gamesmanship. I mean, it looks like some feathers at Atletico Madrid are kind of a little ruffled by what's gone on today.
Yeah, when you say gamesmanship, do you mean just the tactics of sort of leaving it until the last minute, or do you mean just sort of doing things with
both? That Atletico kept saying all or nothing. They kind of dared him, like, all or nothing. We're not going to swap. We're not going to negotiate. You got to pay everything up front, or it's going to happen. And Arsenal seemed like okay, and we're going to leave it late for you guys.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of moving parts, because obviously this window has been a real slow burner. And even Arteta said it when he was asked a couple of weeks ago. He was like, yeah, not much business has actually been done by any clubs yet, and things are going to accelerate towards the end of the window. That's usually the case anyway, but in this market, it seems that's definitely even been the case even more so. So I think the fact that Arsenal have left it so late, it owes to a few things, namely, obviously, the situation with outgoings has needed to be clearer. There was also the situation with Aouar, and it was, how are we going to approach that? And couldn't really move forward with clarity, as to whether or not we could stump up the cash for Partey's release clause and so on. So all of those things have taken their own course, and it's left us with a clear path to activate his clause today. So yeah, thank God for that.
Okay, Ryan, I'm going to bring you in. Or actually, Sam's been waiting. We're doing the cycle. Is there anything left for Arsenal on this day? Obviously, we're talking about could another move be in the offing? Could another move be in the offing? It seems like they've sorted at least the essential outgoings that they needed. They've got at least one of the critical players. Perhaps we can talk about whether let's talk about this. Given that they needed 2, and they've got 1, did they get the essential one, or does it really matter? Is that just a false dichotomy there that I'm giving to you?
I've always maintained that Thomas Partey is essential for us, because obviously he's going to give us so much more in the middle of midfield. We've kind of got Ceballos that can do the creative side of things, and Xhaka can be quite creative from a deeper position anyways. But for me, I think there's still one more twist and turn to come tonight. I don't know. I've just got a feeling that after Partey there may be one other. I don't know who that may be, but I've just got a feeling there might be one more in the offing.
Still 5 hours. That's a lot of time. If I'm reading, converting my time zones. No, yeah, 5 hours. Okay, Ryan, let's bring you back in, because we've talked about this question. We've batted it around. If you had to choose one, I mean, Arsenal really didn't have a choice here. We can talk about Aouar in a moment. And James Bench was talking about this morning. That like they made a good faith offer and it just didn't work out. But I don't think they're feeling too bad about coming away with Thomas Partey.
No, and as I mentioned earlier, I think he's a essential part of the midfield. I did say before that I'd have preferred an Aouar, and I do prefer to have an Aouar because Aouar's type of profile doesn't come around every so often, whereas with Thomas you could probably guarantee a player of his ilk every couple of seasons. Whereas I'm not complaining. It's been a long window, financial restraints, COVID, and all the rest of it. So I'm just happy that we've strengthened an essential area of the pitch. I'd have liked both. I think everyone would have liked both, but we've got one of them, so I'm not going to complain.
Freddie, to that end, the objective obviously was bringing in key players. We talked about potentially they could run on a buying spree, but I was always dependent on selling a lot because of COVID limitations. I mean, they've made one big buy here and they've had to front load it. So in some ways they're kind of borrowing against a future window perhaps, but might there still be, it seems like they've got the essentials out as well, but might there still be more outgoings to kind of soften the blow of having to front load all the Thomas money today?
Yeah, I forgot I was still on mute.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah, it's a little bit quiet on the outgoings front. Obviously, we've seen Guendouzi complete his loan move now, so that's one out. I'm sure that Torreira will be on his way once. It looks now like that player that Atletico needed to sell to make space for Torreira is going to be Thomas. So that's another. Adds a nice dynamic to that deal. But yeah, I expect maybe to see a couple more loan departures before the end of the window tonight. I don't think we'll see any more incomings on top of Thomas. I can expect to see a couple of players leave on loan, perhaps some youngsters. I think the names are probably pretty obvious. We can all deduce who those might be. Definitely need to probably create some more room in this. We've got a very heavy squad. So yeah, it's probably the focus for the next couple of hours will obviously be in that Partey signature, and also maybe moving a couple of players on.
In the veterans, I mean, it seems like there's some reluctance. Kolasinac seemed like he was going out. Now that seems like that might be not going through. We heard the same with Mustafi. We heard the same with Socrates. Obviously, as you said, youngsters on loan seem to be high on the priority list, but from that, and I don't know, it's kind of mean and unfair to call them dead wood. These are productive players, but as far as their utility to Arsenal, it seems to be less. Any ideas, a late market coming, and it let's just clarify. The window closes in European, right? Can they still make deals within the Prem for another few days?
I think it's the 16th. You can still do business with other Premier League or English clubs. I think the 16th is the cutoff for that, if I'm not mistaken. But as for a market for those players, I highly, highly doubt that Mustafi will be going anywhere. Kolasinac obviously seemed to have been very, 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 very advanced with Bayer Leverkusen, but that's fallen through because there was no agreement on personal terms. So it's either, it's most likely that his agent or the player himself are demanding too much cash and they don't want to front it. As for Socrates, that's an interesting one because there's been a lot of interest in him from various clubs this summer. And the latest name to be mentioned is Roma. And I think that there's potentially a deal to be done there. I don't think he's that bothered about leaving. Recently had a child, very settled in London, is happy here. Obviously earns a great wage at Arsenal and probably we'll get games this season, I guess, in the cup competitions and stuff. But especially with the injury record that we've got. I think if there's one out of those that could potentially leave tonight, I'd put my money on it being Socrates over the others. But who knows? He could probably end up staying.
Okay, Sam, let's talk about. We were talking before about the run-in. They're going to come back from this break in 2 weeks. Some serious games. Teams all around them in the table. Leicester right above them. United and City right below them, not too far below them. And they're always challenging for the top of the table. Now, international breaks coming in, how many of the current squad can Mikel count on keeping? It used to be the international break would come and it seems like the entire squad would scatter, but this is a younger club. It's a little bit different. He might have some key players available to stay with that he can begin working in and obviously, you'd like to get Thomas in, but how do you see that? How big a squad can Mikel work with over this break?
I'm not overly sure, to be perfectly honest with you, because I'm not really tracked of who's been called up to the national teams. But whoever is still at the club, obviously Arteta will be putting the work in on the training ground along with the players that are still here. So the ones that are here will be tactically briefed with the upcoming games. They'll be obviously going through analysis videos. They'll be having analysis videos of how they've performed so far this season. Mikel isn't one to waste time at the training ground in terms of trying to improve people and show people what they can improve on. So I think that whoever is at the club over this international break will be getting put through their paces.
Okay. Ryan, let's look at the possible upside to having some of these veteran deals go through. I mean, we were looking at the fact, and we were talking about this in a short window. Let's say Kolasinac's deal with Leverkusen had gone through. Okay. Then they're thin at left back behind Tierney. I mean, Tierney's a player, but he loves, very promising, very productive. But you're looking at maybe if he gets injured, and he's had some injury problems already, having to push Saka back to left back and give him some work there, perhaps Maitland-Niles work on that side. But now it seems that there's very little cover. There's very little need to move or readjust players. I mean, I'm looking at the lineup right now, and maybe Ceballos gets pushed up and gets more attacking mid. I mean, whose role changes now? It seems like settled at left back, right back, center back. Now with Thomas, we know what the midfield, the defensive end of the midfield is sorted. Maybe Aubameyang working a little bit more in the middle, but who's moving? Are there very few moving parts that I see?
I'm not really sure because everyone pretty much has a set position now because you could probably use Saka in midfield now because you've got two left backs. I think the one that loses out is probably Maitland-Niles. Because if Kolasinac is staying and we do go back to a back four and we have two left backs, I don't know where Ainsley plays because he's not a specialist in the fullback role. he might get some games in midfield or on the wing, but I think Ainsley loses out massively here.
Okay, and let's talk about other players. Freddie, you were referencing some youngsters that may need to go out on loan. Looking at playing time, Mikel obviously wants his youngsters getting maximum playing time. But again, looking at this lineup, as I think it was you were saying, it's a heavy squad. Joe Willock is suddenly really squeezed for minutes. Reece Nelson's really squeezed for minutes. And if Aubameyang's going to be playing more in the middle and Lacazette is staying, what does that do for Eddie Nketiah? Or is Mikel might still work with three? But what about those first two? They seem like maybe they're the loan targets, the loan out, maybe the late loan out news targets?
Yeah, definitely. Reece Nelson is one that I would have liked to have seen get a good loan somewhere, because we saw in when he was at Hoffenheim, he did well there, and I think now obviously his path is really crowded out by players like Willian, obviously Lacazette staying, and meaning that Aubameyang's been playing more on the left, and even players like Bukayo Saka getting used as wide forwards, and the position that you would have expected a couple of seasons ago for Reece Nelson to be filling now. So yeah, it really hasn't worked out the way that he would have hoped, and I think it's time now. It would have been perfect time for a Premier League loan. So I hope that there's still a chance that can happen, because I'd love to see him get regular Premier League minutes and see if he can really develop at the rate that everybody initially probably expected him to.
All right, and just kind of bouncing around the lineup. Sam, looking at the back line now with Mustafi about ready to come back, looking at the depth chart, I mean, Saliba, that's another player. It looked like he might go out on loan. We heard some rumors this morning he might go out on loan. That seems to have gone quiet in the last few hours, although that, who knows, that could heat up again. But I'm looking at Mari and Gabriel on the left side, Mustafi, Holding, and then you've got David Luiz, who's getting a lot of time, crowded midfield. Where do you fit Mustafi? Where did David Luiz has been doing a lot of work? Is he still going to continue, or he's just been gluing the back line together for the moment, and now we start to see the younger players kind of come into the fore?
I think Gabriel Magalhaes is going to be the starting left centre back, and I think the right starting centre back will be David Luiz. Then I think it will be a rotation between Rob Holding and Mustafi as to who's the first choice, second string right centre back. In regards to Saliba, if he doesn't go out on loan today, I could possibly see him with that little bit of extra time. But yeah, it's just something that we want to look at.
No, we're having a little feedback. No? So one of you have volume up on YouTube? I might double check that. Okay. Let's continue. I think we've got things under control now. Okay, so we were talking about that.
I'm just tracking Partey's flight.
Well, jump in. You were the next to the rotation. Jump in and tell, where is he now? I'm sure people watching want to know.
He's just left Madrid. So.
Should we put the Partey clock on? The countdown to the party? Again, we're gonna beat this bad pun to death, because we deserve it. We've been talking about Thomas Partey for at least 9 months. Okay, Freddie, you've seen this from the inside. You've seen it from the outside. When James Bench was on this morning, he was saying he was a little surprised that the Partey deal was pushed through. Anything about this, plus, minus, deal that worked, deal that didn't, that got your attention here, and here we are still just under 5 hours until the window shuts.
Yeah, sorry. Can you just repeat the crux of the question? Because I'm looking at Twitter and I'm all over the place.
It's okay. I was saying when James Bench was on this morning, he was saying he was very hopeful for going into the weekend, as I think everybody was, that Aouar and Partey, one of or both, were going to be done. But then this morning, he was very surprised actually that Arsenal just said, "Okay, we're going to pull the trigger. We're going to do this. We're going to pay the money up front." Anything about the window, Partey, Aouar, anybody else that kind of surprised you pleasantly, not so pleasantly? I mean, looking at the big picture, it seems like Arsenal's walking away from this right now doing well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised, I guess, that we were so strongly in for Aouar. Not because I don't think we don't need him or anything like that. I think we're crying out for a player like that, but just the way that we kind of, like, you know, the rumours first came around and I tried to do some digging. I didn't have any insight into that transfer, to be honest. I couldn't really get anywhere with that. But I just thought, it seems a bit too good to be true. And then we really went for it. And obviously in the end, we made the decision not to stump up quite as much as they wanted. And the player was never going to force a move because he's a Lyon boy at heart, I guess. And, was happy to stay and probably, get his big move next summer or whatever. So, that made that difficult, but I was impressed that we were so strongly in for him. A bit disappointed that we didn't stump up the money, but then I guess the club are making up for it. Although they're completely different players, they're both players that we need. Him and Partey, now they're kind of making up for it and kind of making everyone forget a little bit about the Aouar saga with this deadline day drama. So definitely addressing a pressing need in the squad by signing a player like Partey. That I guess I'm not surprised because I've known for a long time that we're in for him. But surprised that we've just jumped into action this suddenly on deadline day when it looked like it was going to be a quiet one.
Stay with Aouar, because again, the build-up Thursday when we were on the pod was like, this is a fait accompli. He's agreed terms with the club. They were just so far very close on money. And then, and we know they're never over till they're over, but the letdown on Saturday was colossal. It's dead, isn't it? At least in this window, it's over.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, yeah. For now, I'm sure it's something that Arsenal will explore in the future. It wouldn't be a January signing. I'm sure there would have been no point in that for Lyon or for the player really. I think certainly something that they'll try and revisit next summer, but perhaps there'll be a much bigger market for him next summer. So maybe one that never comes to life. But definitely he's staying put. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Again, because we saw that immediately. I think everybody's mind, a lot of fans' minds went for, we've got Partey, they looked up, we've still got 11 hours. Let's shoot the moon. What's next? And then I think a lot of minds immediately circled back and said, well, we've seen stories that, I mean, we know Lyon is every club's in a difficult position. They're in an especially difficult position. They were in Champions League semis this year, but they don't have European football coming up. They were counting on selling one of their big players. It looks, as far as I've seen right now, none of their big players are leaving. They seem to have left themselves in a pickle. So I think people look at that and thought, well, maybe there's a tiny glimmer of hope there. But I mean, everything you've seen says no, at least from Arsenal's perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's an interesting one because, it really looked at a stage where we had them by the balls a little bit. Like we you need to sell players. The players keen to join us. So this, like, come on guys, let's make this happen kind of thing. But Aulas is definitely a shrewd negotiator and stuck with his guns. Fair play to him. He said, I'm not letting him go unless you pay the price that I want. And that's that. Came down on it a little bit, but I think, in the end, it just proved a bit too much. He stuck to his guns and unfortunately we've ended up missing out, but at least it's not like we've missed out and Chelsea have come in or Man United have come in or Spurs have come in and blown us out the water and signed him ahead of us. It's not one of those, so at least that makes it a little bit easier to swallow.
Yeah, I mean, it's not our part here on the pod to like rain on anybody's parade or we're all Arsenal fans here, but I mean, I did see this flood of gloom and doom when that was announced. I think when L'Équipe said it's over, they and it is confirmed it's over, and I started seeing within minutes, this means see what goes through the minds of some people, some Arsenal fans saying, well, this means Mikel's going to City in 2 years. I mean, they were kind of thinking like 5 negative moves down the road. It's like, and here we are. Okay, so we're a different world. This is a different reality. Sam, this is a different club now. I mean, we were talking about that this morning, that, you know, if we go back to the summer tour last year, Emery was still the manager. The lineup was completely different. Again, they didn't get that one last piece that might have finished what we might call Arteta 1.0, you know, his lineup. But they got pretty darn close.
Yeah, I think now the club actually has a clear plan, both on and off the pitch, which as a club will be extremely beneficial for us, because obviously we've streamlined the backroom staff. Unfortunately, I had to make some redundancies to some of the staff, but ultimately that was in the offing anyway, COVID or not, apparently. So it's just a matter of fact now that we've got that plan, everyone's singing to the same hymn sheet, and we can literally, this club can get back to its glory days and go back to challenging for Premier League titles. And I've got every faith that will happen under Arteta. As I was saying earlier on today, is that it will probably take probably one more, maybe possibly 2 more summer transfer windows to get the complete overhaul that Arteta wants. But we've also got to bear in mind that we've got 3 or 4 first team players that are out of contract next summer. So I'd imagine once this window's over, there'll be some of the staff at Arsenal that will be starting to plan for next summer and see what gaps we can fill either internally with our under 23 players, especially at centre back, or whether or not we need to go out and purchase replacements. But with the replacements, I wouldn't expect them to be like the very top draw. I think there'll be more of a Pablo Mari type signing, someone that can come in and help support the first team, but also strengthening the squad depth.
I want to take the bottom of that, Ryan. We were talking this morning that, you know, what Sam was saying, the blueprint is there. Arteta said it yesterday, that they know who they want. And we can kind of read between the lines in a lot of cases. We know who they want too. But what's important is who they want. There are no more stopgap players, as Sam said. There are no more short-term fixes, Band-Aid players, if you will. They're only looking for top tier. That said, he raised a very intriguing option, which is under Arteta, we've seen the rapid promotion and development of under 23 players. We saw it last year with Saka. We've seen, you know, Nketiah was on loan and they pulled him back and he's immediately contributing. I mean, we saw what they were able to do with Martinelli, who was coming out of the Brazilian league, kind of not the top league either, and, you know, just firing from the onset. And we looked at one of the last England international matches and just the number of young gunners on the field. I think Arsenal fans really had to say, wow, this is different in a good way. Who else is in the pipeline now? Who's the next Saka in your mind? Or are there more? Are there more than that?
I think you could look at Miguel Aziz coming through. I think he could be the next one to break through. And then obviously you got the centre backs. Obviously Dan Ballard today has gone to Blackpool. I think he could be one to break through in a not so distant future. You got Mark McGuinness and the new lad, George Lewis. He looks pretty good. So I think any one of those, they could potentially break into the first team, play some Carabao Cup games in the future.
All right. We've come to the bottom of the hour, so we want to just say hello again. We've seen a lot of churn this morning and this evening, or this afternoon and this evening. Most of you, I think, are on the other side of the Atlantic, but some of you might be online. Welcome back to the deadline day edition of Saved by the Bellerin. I just want to catch you up to speed if you've been under a rock today. Arsenal have acquired Thomas Partey. They triggered his release clause about noon today, UK time. I think you see him furiously eyeing his phone. He is tracking Thomas's flight from Spain to England. Where is he now, sir?
He's still over Spain.
Oh, he's okay. He's still not over the channel yet, but he's making progress. We will keep you apprised as he approaches London. But that's the big news. Some outgoings. Matteo Guendouzi on loan to Hertha Berlin. It looks like Lucas Torreira is now an Atletico player. I'm not sure if that's loan with obligation or loan with option, but the paperwork has been turned in. There were some questions there, gamesmanship between the two teams, or whether he was going to be pushed down to Madrid. But he has joined Atletico Madrid. We know that much. Freddie, as you were saying the last go round, the Aouar deal is no longer functional or optional in this window. So I think a lot of people were dreaming of the cherry on top, getting the attacking midfielder. Mikel still has options. Let's talk about who plays the 10. I mean, one of the things we talk about here in the show is he might not play a traditional 10. But, what does this do for the fortunes of people like Dani Ceballos or even Willian, who was playing an important role in the middle against Sheffield yesterday?
Yeah, I was just saying to my brother, I think Ceballos recently has shown enough, for me anyway, that he's got what it takes to be a goal threat. He's got what it takes to offer a killer ball. He looks like the only one that's really capable of taking a risk and putting a killer through ball in or splitting a defence. And so I think with the addition of somebody like Partey, which gives us a lot more of a solid foundation to build on and a lot more of a structured midfield and a balanced team, I think it frees up more of a creative player like Ceballos, who's not going to be having to sort of do 2 or 3 people's jobs at once, because that's what it's like in midfield at the moment for a lot of our players. They're sort of like, you get the impression that they're always scrambling to sort of do other people's jobs, and they're just so stretched defensively and not really the most athletic bunch to kind of go box to box. And it's just like, I think this Partey signing changes a lot and will give us players like Ceballos a lot more freedom. And obviously, as you mentioned, Willian's a great option to have, because you're able to make a change and he just fits in seamlessly. You can play him centrally behind a striker. You can play him a little bit deeper than that even. You can play him right. You can play him left. So it makes making changes mid-game a lot easier. So definitely a couple of good options there.
Let's stay with that, Freddie, because you put your finger on a very important element of the forward attack now, and that's flexibility. Are you talking about? And Willian, I think people know, Willian can play left. He can play right. He was playing central, but we've seen Arteta experimented with Saka, kind of a central role in the COVID stretch run. We've seen up on top. We've seen Aubameyang play a lot on the left, but he obviously wants to play in the center. The interchangeability, if you will, of that front seems like it's going to take on a even greater role once the players come back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's a hallmark of most successful teams. You need players that can play across various different positions, whether that be because they need to fill in for injuries, which are inevitable, but also because it makes you less predictable. So, you're able to change things mid-game. I think when we made a couple of changes yesterday, we looked like a different side. Just a couple of simple changes. We looked a lot less predictable, a lot more fluid. And it just gives you options, doesn't it? You can play different ways against different setups. You mentioned Aubameyang wanting to play down the middle. I don't know. I think that would be fair to say maybe a year and a half ago or whatever. But I think even he now will be seeing the benefits of playing out wide. All right, sometimes he gets crowded out of games, especially against the bigger teams, the better teams. And so maybe playing him down the middle in those kind of games is good, but or would be better. But you see the amount of chances that he gets himself from playing out wide and the amount of goals that he scores from playing in wide positions. I think he's quite happy to be doing it. But as you say, anyway, it's good to be able to have that problem, isn't it? Player that scores lots of goals out wide, but you can move him play him centrally and he'll score just as he'll score plenty of goals. So good problem to have.
Other good problem I have. Sam, let's talk about this. I mean, we talked about this all last year. The danger right up to the moment that wonderful Aubameyang is re-signed video rolled out. we looked at this squad and said they can't afford to lose him. I mean, we don't like saying it, but they had become overly dependent on him. He was their scoring threat. Now, with this lineup now, how does Mikel work? I mean, obviously, you want the goals to keep coming, but you'd also like to take more pressure off of him. How does Arsenal do that with the lineup that they have as of now with Thomas Partey out?
I think a lot of that will fall on the shoulders of Willian and Nicola Pepe, to be perfectly honest with you. I think with them, there'll be the other two goal threats to take the pressure off Aubameyang. Obviously, then you've got Lacazette as well, but depending on where Orb is playing, whether it's down the middle or on the left, it's another option. If we switch to a 4-3-3 and Ceballos can get a bit further forward, I think that he will also become more of a goal threat. So just speaking about that, it gives us a lot more options and to be a bit more unpredictable in the final third in regards to where goals be coming from, because as we've all seen, we've been extremely dependent on the left-hand side because, frankly, we've got fabulous players down there, but it's a case of teams tend to know, but if we can get some balance across with the right-hand side as well, then teams will be scrambling because they wouldn't know where goals were coming from. They can't pre-plan. And like Mikel does, have that tactical analysis to say, look, the majority of their goals happen if X, Y, and Z happens, and then falls to Aubameyang and who he's likely to shoot. So if they try and stop that, we can literally use the other people to balance that out. And so everything's not so focused down the left-hand side.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stay with you because, I mean, you've mentioned this in chat, so I'm going to let you run with this a little bit. Let's because Thomas Partey's now. He's here, or he's on his way. Ryan is still will have an update for us in a few seconds. He's still looking at the tracker. But you've talked in the past about when Mikel has his lineup. One of the things you were looking forward to was seeing him be able to change formations, not only within the game with a lineup change, but almost from offense to defense. So when the other team gets the ball, they would drop into one, they would deploy in a certain kind of defensive formation, defensive shape. But then once they regain possession, then morph over there and make themselves unpredictable and cause confusion. Okay. How does that play out now, given this new lineup, this new roster?
With a 4-3-3, that's easily can go into a 4-5-1 when defending, similar to a 4-2-3-1. It just, when everybody knows where they need to be at any defensive point, then they can easily slot back to make us a lot more solid and compact. The 4-2-3-1, that can even just, instead of having that as a quite high, that can drop back. So you're really, really, really compact in your own half. So effectively, the midfield's got like a W across the fence. So even if you've got the two really compressing the space between the defence and the attacking three, then as soon as you turn that ball over, you can instantly turn around and counter-attack, and that will be a big, big plus, because sometimes when we do counter-attack, some of the players are a bit too deep. If there's a few yards further forward, we'd be able to get in more promising positions when attacking. But sometimes where we go to counter-attack, you see us turn back inside and go backwards because we haven't got the people in the right positions at the time to be most effective. And when we do turn back, that's when other teams are able to then regain their shape and hold a position. So, yeah, it'll certainly be interesting to see what Mikel does in terms of the formation. I I think the most likely one will be a 4-3-3.
All right. Ryan, what can you tell us about his progress now?
Well, there's a few reports saying he's already in London, like he's arrived. So I might be tracking someone completely wrong.
Even
so
better.
We'll never know.
Even better. Well, if he's in London, that's all for the good. But let's stay with this attacking flexibility possibilities. You were talking this morning, and you've been talking in our chats for a while. That when Arteta gets his people, he'll be able to really unleash an attack, just kind of go. Send the fullbacks forward, really, really press an opponent. And we saw it against Liverpool in this 3-4-3 he's been having to use. He picks his spots, okay? With Thomas Partey in the lineup now, obviously he probably is going to feel emboldened to go forward, back, different formations, attack more, as you said, kind of go forward. Does he have to ever temper? Is this like the key, the linchpin that says, okay, now I'm going to start playing, as he loves to say, we're going to play our game. We want to play our game. Is he finally at the point now where he can start playing his game week by week, regardless of opponent? Or are they still a little bit short, in your opinion?
I think we're that much short. I think we lack a lot of creativity. I know Freddie said about Ceballos, and I totally agree. He can be that player, but I just feel we're missing that player that brings that magic, that spark. That maybe Pepe can do it. That final ball, just every single time, like Ozil used to do. And I feel like we're missing that. But if we can stop other teams from scoring and then maybe create a couple of chances and give them to our best player, then I think we'll be all right.
Okay. Freddie, I'm going to kind of throw a curveball at you. Lost in all of this, all of these movements, Gabriel, Partey, everybody else. Arsenal swapped keepers, and they brought in a very, well, not young, but kind of inexperienced keeper from Dijon in the French league, and he is yet to play. I think a lot of people were looking for him in the cup match against Liverpool, and Arsenal went with Bernd Leno, was probably the right move because Bernd Leno really had to stand on his head to pull a result out of that match. But what can Arsenal fans look forward to from this youngster? I mean, I think everybody's kind of saying, what are we getting here? He's the backup keeper at Arsenal now.
I don't think there's really that much to be excited about. I think we'd have pretty dull lives if we're all getting ourselves excited over the signing of a 25-year-old backup keeper. No disrespect to him. I'm sure he's a very capable player. I hear he's good with his feet. I can't say that I've ever consciously watched him play or that I can consciously remember watching him play. I think obviously the main thing is that he's that kind of good with the ball at the feet, sweeper keeper style, which is obviously the go-to these days, and fits with the way that Arteta wants to build from the back and stuff like that. But do I see him challenging Leno for a starting spot? Well, unless there's something that we've all missed or that we've not heard of yet or seen yet from him, I highly doubt it. It's very much just a numbers signing, isn't it? And the club clearly don't trust Matt Macy to be the one that plays a key role in cup games and stuff like that. So, it could even be the case that Leno plays the majority of the cup games as well. Who knows? Goalkeepers don't tend to need or like to be rested that much. So this could be an opportunity to actually just give Leno a full season pretty much week in, week out, which he didn't have. Obviously, that was interrupted with injury last year and then came back and lost his place to Martinez. So who knows? But I'm not getting too expecting too much.
All right, let's stay with that. But there could be a happy byproduct of that, is that it lets Mikel play his strongest back line. I mean, we saw that against Liverpool, where there was Leno and there was Gabriel right in front of him, and that made a huge difference in getting into the shootout and getting the result against Liverpool. And of course, who does Arsenal draw in the next match but Man City And it was interesting to watch these two managers kind of parry with each other because neither one of them rolled out their strongest lineup, but at the same time, both of them rolled out they put some pretty heavy hitters in. Salah started for, I think Firmino also got a lot of minutes for Liverpool, and Arteta put Ceballos in the middle. You know, we're talking about the middle of his club. He left Xhaka in. They were both going for it and just trying to rest as many as they can while still trying to win, which is very different from the match they played last year, which was kids versus kids. Again, Arsenal is going for everything now, looks like.
Yeah, I think as well, the nature of this season, it's just been weird. Like there's not been much of a pre-season, and I think there's something to be said for kind of allowing your team to build some rhythm, momentum, and match fitness at the start of the season. So I think that probably played a role as well. You saw Arteta use Xhaka, which was a bit of a shock, like the strength of the midfield. I think it probably obvious. Well, first of all, it allows us to build some momentum and keep players playing this early in the season and get going, because often you see teams start seasons slowly, but this is different because there's not been much of a gap. So there's that, but also obviously it's a trophy that Arsene Wenger never won. It's a trophy that Arsenal haven't won for many years. And if Arteta could grab another piece of silverware so soon, that'd be massive. Two trophies. 3 if you count the Community Shield, and
3 consecutive would be too. Right?
Exactly, would be amazing, and arguably by default, because of the format of the competition, it's the best chance you've got of winning silverware. It's the easiest one to win. I'm not saying it's easy, but the easiest one out of all the competitions we're in, probably to win. We've not had much luck in the draw, but if we get past Man City, we've got a really good shot at getting some silverware, and also that'd be a massive boost because remember the Carabao Cup final was played very early in the season, so that could be a really good morale boost to galvanise the squad and make a real assault for the top 4 and the Europa League.
Yeah, and I've seen other managers do that. They kind of target that and say, get that. I think it's awarded in February, right? So you have that. You've still got a long way to go, but that gives such a emotional boost to the club. Ryan, let's talk about the Europa draw. We touched on that for just a minute at the end of the show on Thursday. I mean, you were not too complimentary of the opponents, and Freddie makes the point. No cup is easy. Some may be a little easier than others, but they also seems to be one. I think Mikel really feels that was an opportunity he lost of all the competitions he was in last year. They seem to have that one kind of set up for them, and then it all just fell apart in that match in the Emirates.
Yeah, and the draw is very very good for us. I think obviously no disrespect to the other teams. They're not on the level of the opponents we play in the Premier League or in the FA Cup. So I think that they could be very confident in winning the group. And it also helps. I'm hoping that UEFA are just doing the one-legged ties, because if they are, then that helps massively, and we won't get knocked out on goal difference again, away goals again. So I think we could be fairly confident in Europa League as well, especially now. It looks like we're getting Thomas Partey over the line. So, as said to you, I heard the quote, Aouar improves the team, Partey transforms the team. So I think we can go all the way in Europa League, especially with the group, the way it's set up. One-legged ties, hopefully. And that just, what we're like with cup competitions. We're very good at one-legged games, like knockout games. So hopefully it's a way into the Champions League as well. So we're going to have to take it very seriously.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, and we discussed this in some detail talking about the shootout, this club has gotten quite good at managing. I mean, they're just steel now when they have to go to a shootout. I mean, obviously no manager likes to do that, but they've clearly been working on that. They know that this club is not complete So if they do find themselves in that situation, they're giving themselves every opportunity to excel there. And so far it's worked out. Freddie, I'm going to ask you a question, since you were not here this morning, that I asked your cohorts here. We were talking about the fact that if you look at the table after 4 match weeks, it's a very unfamiliar world, right? The top 4 is 4 clubs who were not expected to be there. Arsenal made some top 4s, but very few. None of the other 3 clubs, Everton, Aston Villa, Leicester City, were put in anybody's preseason top 4. I mean, this may not last, as we were saying, but it seems that this could be another 2015 where the league is a lot more wide open. There doesn't seem to be, of course, who knows? Liverpool could get hot and win their next 10, or Chelsea could. I mean, we've seen that happen too. But it seems the door is open, certainly to the top 4. How enthusiastic are you willing to let yourself get about the 2020-2021 Arsenal squad? I mean, what's their ceiling in your mind?
Well, now with Thomas, I think it gives us a much stronger case to say, yeah, we could possibly be a Champions League team. It's a really, really good signing, especially having missed out on Champions League for this season. It's great business. I think it's interesting because, yeah, it looks like it could be another one of those kind of Leicester City seasons. But does that make the Champions League more accessible? I'm not so sure, because you look at teams like Aston Villa, Leicester have a strong squad. Everton, doing really well this season. That is going to make it harder to pick up points, surely, throughout the season, because these teams are more competitive now. And so there's that. But I also get what you're saying. You make the point that, Liverpool susceptible maybe to, losing more games this season. Man City as well. Look, there's no one that's been ultra convincing. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of those traditional top 4 teams. So, yeah, I think we definitely have a chance at it. It's just a mad season by default anyway, isn't it, really? Because it's all condensed. It's all squashed together. There's been no real pre-season. We're living in mental times, no fans, nothing. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if the table looks a little bit funny towards the end of the season. And hopefully that is part of that is Arsenal in one of those top 4 spots, preferably the top spot. But I somehow can't see that happening. I might be getting a bit too carried away there. But yeah, hopefully a Champions League team.
Well, we'll revisit that in a month. Let's see how crazy we can let ourselves get. Ryan, we still have time for kind of go around in cycles in this hour. You've had a few hours to digest this Thomas Partey news. Okay. Obviously, we've been fantasizing about this for months. Now that it's here, depending on who you read, he's in the city. He's going to be an Arsenal player, pretty official. You're going to see him with the shirt quite soon. After you've had the afternoon, the evening to think about it, what are you looking forward to the most? What changes does his play? I mean, what do you anticipate the most about this signing?
The thing I'm looking forward to the most is gloating on Twitter.
Okay, you're new.
In all honesty, I'm looking forward to watching a midfield that's not boring. Like yesterday.
That criticism on Sunday, like this is. I don't want to go through the rest of the season with this midfield, right?
It was so painful to watch El Nene passing backwards and sideways, and then again passing it to Ceballos, where Ceballos doesn't really want it. It's just I was getting so annoyed because there was passes the midfield could have made and they didn't. It's like, oh, come on, man. Surely you could see that if I can see it. But I'm looking forward to it's just another big signing, isn't it? It's another feel good moment. Like the last time I felt like this on deadline day was like Mesut Ozil, and where just a mad crowds outside the Emirates and everything. It was the buzz and the anticipation of this kind of signing for our team. Like that season we signed Ozil, we signed no one else, and he pretty much propelled us to a title challenge until like February, I think it was, when Ramsey got injured. And yeah, I think Thomas could potentially do that for us, just for the pure momentum and the excitement and the confidence it brings to the rest of the squad in the changing room. So it's a feel-good factor around the club.
Okay, Freddie, I'm going to give you the final word this hour, and feel free to take your time, kind of run with this. But when we were talking about the negotiations with Atletico Madrid this morning, or this early this afternoon for you guys, I'm on the early morning shift here. Sam made a point that's been kind of pinging in my mind, and he said, Arsenal are a club in the market and on the pitch that's been bullied a lot in recent years. And when Ryan says it's adding buzz, Thomas Partey adds buzz. He adds some physical swagger. We talked about Arteta changing the culture, but how does he change the perception of Arsenal as a club, both on and off within the pecking order of English football, European football?
I guess by doing what he's done, identifying targets and being like, yeah, we're gonna go and get them, and by having strong principles and sticking to them. So that's on the pitch, that's in a play style, and having a vision which you bring to life, and off the pitch you aid that by signing the right players, and you have strong principles like we've seen him speak about, such as I don't want players who don't want to play for Arsenal. I want players who want to be here. It's not enough just to be like, oh yeah, Arsenal, cool, London, Premier League club, will pay me well. Like, it's not enough anymore. You need to have an active desire to want and come and be part of something. Otherwise, it's not good enough. You're not a player that he'll consider, and you're not a player that he'll keep around. Even some of the players that we're struggling to shift, it's a result of paying these players way too much money, and they're just happy, content to just sit on their hands and do nothing to justify it. And that's something, hopefully, if we can keep Arteta at Arsenal for a long time, is something that we'll gradually start to iron out. And I just think that's how you become, taken more seriously. You identify targets that fit your vision. You go out, you get them. You build proper vision and proper values, and you stick to them so that people know what they're buying into when they come to the club. They know what will wash and what won't, what bullshit you can't get away with. And I think he's been very good with that so far. And hopefully now, building blocks such as Partey will go towards helping Arteta bring his vision more to life on the pitch. So getting us playing a little bit more attractive football whilst keeping that stability that we've now, that new kind of doggedness about us, and that toughness. So hopefully that balance will be struck right, and things will improve in that regard.
I think we're all looking forward, or certainly far more hopeful at this point today than we were maybe even just 24 hours ago to that end. All right, we're coming to the end of the first hour of the evening segment, our post meal break here on the Say by the Bellerin Deadline Day show. Freddie's joined us. Ryan is still here. I think Sam will rejoin us at some point early in the evening. But coming up in the next hour, we're going to have Art de Roche from Football London. In the third hour, and I think in the fourth, we're going to have some fans join us. Something we've been talking about, something we've been kicking about. We've had a lot of requests for that. And obviously, we welcome your questions in the chat. We're trying to incorporate as many of them as we can. But as we head to the new hour, Ryan, I still see you looking down furiously. Do you have any? It's almost like Partey o'clock here. What do you got for us?
Well, I was just reading a tweet there. I'm not sure how true it is, but it's a Barcelona tweet that they're desperate for Depay. So if I was Arsenal, I would be on the phone, be like, "Hello, can we take Coutinho on a season-long loan, please?" And I'll do my best to try and get him on loan, see if we can get a deal done for him, because we can do a deal sheet that'll take it. I can't remember what time it'll take it till, but we could do a deal sheet with the FA and potentially get extra hour or so on top of the deadline. So if that's true, I would be on the phone to Barcelona straight away.
Still 4 hours to go, so stay with us. Go get a snack, go get a drink, come back. We're not going anywhere. We're just going to kind of turn it over and enter hour 2. Again, if you are just joining us here on the late night or the early evening, wherever you are, early afternoon version of Saved by the Bellerin. Again, crazy day in Arsenal football, but Arsenal has participated in. They've jumped into deadline day with a splash. They have acquired Thomas Partey, triggered his release clause from Atletico Madrid. Latest reports are we're checking social media just as furiously as you are. He is apparently in the city of London now, either to complete his medical or just to finalize the paperwork, the final stages. But again, that's a massive addition to Arsenal's midfield. Some outgoings today. Matteo Guendouzi going out on a loan to Hertha Berlin. Lucas Torreira going out, we assume, on a loan. We don't know obligation or option, but he is now a member of Atletico Madrid. Other potential moves, nothing official. It seems like the Kolasinac move to Bayer Leverkusen has fallen through. We heard about some other ones. Freddie, I'm just going to bring you right back in to start the next hour. Have you anything else crossed your firm speculation, anything that's come across your radar in the last hour or so?
No, I think we spoke about Socrates earlier potentially being a departure. That's looking less likely now from what I understand. Still a keenness from his side to stay at Arsenal and not really a willingness to entertain offers. So that looks like something that we can kind of shoot down. Other than that, as I said earlier, I think I strongly expect that Thomas will be the one and only signing of deadline day. And yeah, that's it. That's all.
I don't see him. Okay, we're trying to get Art de Roche into our Zoom room, and I do not see him in my Zoom room. Let me check with. I may no longer be the moderator of this, which I was. Tell Art to sit tight. We will get him in. Ryan, while I try to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. Again, you were just finishing with Partey, and I've asked you for kind of your summary. Hang on a second. Again, just gloat. I mean, you put this guy on the radar a long time ago for us here on the pod.
Yeah, me and Sam both did a piece together about Thomas Partey. He wrote an article and I made a video describing how he would fit into Arteta's system. And yeah, just as Art's joining now, yeah, I made a video about him. I think he's perfect for the way we want to play, and can't really complain about the signing.
Okay, well, again, let's welcome the man in. Thank you for waiting, Art. We talked to your colleague James Bench this morning. He was exuberant. I mean, you look quite happy. I mean, it's a good day if you're an Arsenal football fan.
Yeah, it's a lot better. It's a lot better than when we started the day. I think, obviously, with the way Arsenal played in the first half against Sheffield United, the mood was a bit down. But I think the way events have transpired this afternoon, especially with, of course, I'm guessing you guys are talking about Thomas Partey, but with everything that's been going on around that, I think there is a lot of enthusiasm around the place at the minute.
All right. When did you first hear that? Again, as I was telling everybody, if you follow social media, it was a roller coaster over the last several days. Everybody was up after they beat Liverpool, and that seemed on Saturday when the news came that it looked like that the Aouar deal had fallen through. It just the floor fell out, and so many people were thought, oh, it's this terrible. We're not going to sign anybody, and let's take to the streets and march, and it's awful, it's horrible. And we're like, and they hadn't played Sheffield yet, and so we were hearing, oh, they're gonna lose to Sheffield, and this is Arteta's gonna. I saw a couple, more than one. I hate to say this, but I saw a couple on social media that said, oh, Arteta's going to be at City in 2 years when Pep leaves. It was just the doom meter went to 13. Here we are, though, very different world 48 hours later.
Yeah, I think you kind of got a real sense of confidence from Mikel Arteta, especially after the game yesterday in his post-match press conference, because when he was asked about that, of course, with the way the Houssem Aouar deal went and the mood around the club, he was asked about whether he is still confident that Arsenal were going to be able to pull off incoming deals as well as outgoing ones, which of course were going to be important today. But he stayed firm in his stance that he believed that Arsenal could pull off the signings that they wanted to pull off as well. I think that was an important point because, as we all know, Thomas Partey has been of long-standing interest from Arsenal this summer, or even dating back to the spring, you could say. So I think that was important, as well as the fact that I know a lot of the frustration was also pointed towards the Kroenkes as usual on social media. But what was probably even more important was the way Arteta spoke about their backing as well after the game yesterday. He said that he has 100% backing from them, and that himself, Edu, and the ownership are all in sync. So I think, as well as that, him with the way he's conducted himself since he's joined the club, I don't think he would have said that if he didn't believe it. So I think those were the real telling signs, maybe, that Arsenal weren't finished yet after the Sheffield United game yesterday.
Yeah, again, that's something we brought up this morning, that there was two ways to read that. He said, have faith, we're all on the same page, we all know who we want. And I said, there's two ways to read that. You could say that as saying, okay, this means we're still in the market, or this could mean, if you were totally sour, you can say, oh, this means they know who they want, but it means they're not going to get them, right? So it's like the Rorschach's test. Is this, you hold up the card and what does it mean? And Art, you're a lot closer to the team than we are here, but I mean, it seems that this is just a matter of, he said, trust me. And I think it's so important that now, the day after he says, trust me, I'm not lying to you, we're serious about this, I wouldn't tell you otherwise if we weren't. And now here's Thomas Partey. What that does, I think everybody knows Mikel shows signs of being a special manager as far as management, picking, developing teams and everything else. But this just builds a tighter bond with all of the Arsenal fan world.
Yeah, I think, as you said, Arsenal fans probably already got a sense of that with how he's conducted himself since he's taken charge in December. I think even in his first press conference, everybody got a real sense of like a wow factor, even though he hadn't managed a game of football at that point. The way he came across was very impressive in that press conference. And I think the way he's backed that up with his actions, in terms of, you look at the way, of course, I think it was confirmed maybe an hour and a half ago, Matteo Guendouzi going on loan to Hertha Berlin. You look at the way how he dealt with that situation. It wasn't as if he wasn't in control at any point. I feel that he has shown that if the player is willing to be on his side, he will give them a chance to get back into the team. I think we've seen that with, of course, Granit Xhaka is the main example, but Ainsley Maitland-Niles as well, as he was, of course, out of the side before the break and then worked his way back into the team. I think with, of course, the transfers and the way he's spoken about those, I think the way he's been able to talk honestly, but not too. He doesn't give away too much, but he does still remain honest when he speaks. I think that's probably something where Arsenal fans can be encouraged with the way he handles himself when he's addressing the media. And well, when he's addressing the media, he's addressing fans as well. So it kind of links all into one, I'd say.
Yeah, and I just have a question on the youth players. Who would you have liked to see get a loan this window? Because obviously there's still time to with the EFL Championship and whatnot.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think if I was going to say want, I would maybe. Oh, actually, the main one would probably be Balogun. Although, as we all know, the contract situation may make that a little difficult. However, I do feel that he is good enough to get chances in the Europa League or Carabao Cup. Actually, no, maybe not the Carabao Cup now that we've got Manchester City. so yeah, but I do feel with the way the draw has gone in the Europa League, he could possibly look to impress in that tournament. Of course, he's been in first team training before with Mikel Arteta and has impressed them with just Eddie Nketiah and Alex Lacazette at the club as the main strikers. I think he would have a good chance, hopefully, to prove himself there. But in terms of loans, I think Joe Willock might be a good one. The only thing that makes me uncertain about that is whether Thomas Partey coming in means a switch to a three-man midfield. If that is the case, then I would possibly see him staying as a better possibility, as he may be able to learn off Partey a bit in that box-to-box role, where I feel he's a bit more natural than when he's playing further forward, even though Mikel Arteta has spoken about how he does believe Joe Willock can play that role. So I think for that question, I will go for Joe Willock, but also another player I wanted to just address was Emile Smith-Rowe. I think not in terms of a loan. I think it's been clear that the plan is to keep him around the first team for this season, and that's something that I'm really encouraged by. I think it was unfortunate that he did get that shoulder injury just before the season started, but I do feel that he will do well in proving himself to Mikel Arteta this season in the Europa League.
Yeah, I agree. I thought Joe Willock played really, really well as in the midfield too against Liverpool. I thought he had a great game, and got a bit lucky with the penalty, but that's not here or there. Another one I've kind of disappointed for is Reece Nelson. I felt like he was on the cusp of getting into the first team, and then he's just got a hamstring injury, and I felt he could probably do with a loan as well.
Yeah, I think James Benge obviously has reported around that loan situation before today, and of course with that hamstring injury, that was obviously going to be a big blow in terms of getting a possible deal over the line. I feel that it's a shame because last season, even though he wasn't totally consistent, I do feel he was of value to Mikel Arteta, and in a grander scale, it was the fact that he was impacting play from the right and the left, I think was very important. Of course, with Willian coming in, that was always gonna have an impact on his minutes this season. And I feel even though Willian hasn't been maybe the signing that Arsenal fans would have wanted so far, I do feel he's pushing players like Nicolas Pepe to improve with the role he's been playing since Willian's come in. I feel that Pepe's taken his game to another level, to always try to impress when he's on the pitch. In terms of Nelson, I would have been for it if he did go on loan this season, as I think with him turning 21 in December, getting that football is going to be crucial. In terms of where, of course, we've got the EFL deadline still there, but I don't think the Championship is the place for him, if I'm being honest. I think he's beyond that level.
Yeah, 100%.
So,
to that point, do you think there'll be a market for him in this next few days once the Prem teams kind of step back and the bigger window closes and they look and they say, here's a player that's available. You know, maybe we have to wait a week or two with him or a month or so, but he's got value.
I think there'll definitely be interest there because of the quality that he's had, the quality that he's proven that he has since Mikel Arteta has come into his role as manager now, we can say. But I think in terms of what he needs to push forward, I'm not sure if he'd be able to get that in the Championship, just because he is a level above that standard. I think he is good enough to look to prove himself in the Premier League. That being said, if he does need to play football in this first half of the season, especially regular football, it might be a good 2-3 months for him. Got to remember that we're in October now. But yeah, it might be a good 2-3 month spell to get him rolling, and then see if he can move up to the Premier League in January. But I think what is also important to remember with him is that when Mikel Arteta was actually asked about him a few weeks ago, he said that he's been impressed with Nelson in training, and that in football it can take 3 days for things to change. It doesn't necessarily, or even 3 minutes with a performance or something like that. So I think even if he doesn't get a loan move, which he may want, there will still be a place for him at Arsenal, especially with the Europa League. And I think that's kind of highlighting how important that FA Cup win was for securing that Europa League spot. I think with the amount of young talent Arsenal have, I think they couldn't really afford not to have that Europa League spot, and that's going to prove crucial this season.
Yeah, and just going off that, the Europa League draw is perfect for our youth players to get a chance now, because as I was saying to Raf earlier, no disrespect to these teams, but they're not teams we're expected to have a hard game against. And I think our youth players are going to really get some experience there. And
I think. Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. I was just going to say, the La Liga have confirmed Arsenal have deposited for Thomas Partey's release clause, so it looks all set now.
There you have it, folks. It's done.
So it's just got to get a medical done, and then I think that's it, isn't it? Sign the paper.
James
put it in the chat.
James reported earlier that the medical was done in Madrid, so I'm guessing that it's just the paperwork he's flying over for, and of course those announcement videos everyone looks forward to. It's going to be interesting what they choose for him. I think
they've got to have a bell, surely. he has to be there ringing the bell, like.
I saw a few tweets earlier that they have to do the announcement tweet in Arabic to give him a little nod.
Fair play.
That'd be hilarious.
We've talked about the flip side. You've talked about the flip. I mean, the positive negatives for the young players, and obviously they might need to go out on loan to get the time that they need. And I was kind of distracted earlier. I was answering a message, but tell me if you've answered. If you've answered it, just let me know. We'll move on. But I mean, William Saliba's not going out on loan. he's one player we thought might go out on loan, or maybe he could in the next 3.5 hours. We don't know, but it looked like there was some rumors when we started this program a few hours ago that he might go back to Saint Etienne. That a trip back to France might suit him given his personal his family issues, losing his mother and adjusting obviously in those very difficult circumstances. But if he stays, he's not getting minutes right now, but yet he's so talented. How do you see him fitting in, and how do you see Mikel working him into a rotation if 11 p.m. UK time comes and he's still at Colney?
Yeah, I think the main point that Mikel has spoken about, is especially in the past week, has been the fact that Saliba didn't get the transition year that he and the club wanted for him. And this next 3 hours or so is going to be about making the right decision for his future. I think in terms of a loan deal, that would have been completely understandable given his current circumstances. But when you look from more of a footballing sense, if he does have that year under Mikel, we've got to remember that he's only 19 years old still. He's a very long-term investment from the club. And I don't think, even though we've all seen how talented he is, he wasn't going to be the answer for the 2020-21 season. He was always going to be more of a long-term addition to the squad. And I feel that in terms of if he doesn't move out on loan before the deadline, it's going to be another case of use the Europa League to get your confidence up, get some minutes under your belt and prove yourself there. And I think if he does that, he will possibly have a chance to fight for a place in the first team. But I think that may be a little bit unlikely just because of how openly Mikel has spoken about wanting to give him that transition year, and throwing him into the deep end might not be the best thing for that. But yeah, I think you've got to also factor in that Arsenal have Shkodran Mustafi, Socrates, and Callum Chambers and Pablo Mari all to come back from injury. So I don't think there would be a huge amount of pressure on him if he was to stay. And I don't think that'd be the worst thing in the world. I do feel that even if he wasn't to get as much game time as maybe people would have first thought he would when he returned from Saint Etienne in the summer, that may not be the worst thing. And I feel having especially David Luiz still at the club can help him if he doesn't go out on loan. I think the role that David Luiz played with Bukayo Saka, Gabriel Martinelli, and even Kieran Tierney last season in terms of helping them settle into the club, into the first team environment, was crucial. And I think he could do a similar job for Saliba if Saliba doesn't go out on loan.
All right, we're going to feed you some questions from the gallery out there. First one, obviously a guy he's right behind us, all of us. What's your take? What's your position on Mesut Ozil's role? Does he have a role right now with this club this year? What do you think they're going to do?
So from a personal point of view, I would be inclined to use him as much as possible from if I was Mikel Arteta. I feel that everyone knows Ozil has spoken about wanting to stay at the club until his contract expires next summer. So why not use him? I feel that with him, especially being a regular presence in training, there is a use for him in the side. I think we saw that when Mikel Arteta first came into the job, with how frequently he used Ozil in the Premier League. He was an undroppable before the coronavirus hit, and I think that with Arsenal's lack of creativity, and being unsuccessful so far in the pursuit for Houssem Aouar, I think it would be a mistake not to even give him a try. That being said, I do find it difficult to see Ozil just being thrown straight back into the team. I feel that you could see it with Matteo Guendouzi as well, even though Mikel Arteta spoke even more openly about Guendouzi's situation, about him possibly being reintegrated into the squad. He hadn't even been in a matchday squad before his move to Hertha Berlin was confirmed this afternoon. So I feel it's going to be a difficult one for Ozil to get back into the team, but especially if there isn't another creative midfielder brought into the side, I do feel Mikel Arteta would be smart to use him at some point. But again, another thing we have to factor in is, especially I think after January, whether or not they want to risk injuring Ozil, which may or may not risk any future moves that could happen. That may factor into decision making as well.
So my next question is, I know you're a massive, massive fan of his, and I bet you're glad he stayed, aren't you? 50.
I knew you were going to say before you even said it. But yeah, I think with it was so weird because it was almost like every few weeks there was a new rumor about him potentially leaving the club. And with that, he became even more crucial to Mikel Arteta's plans. And I think, especially with his role in the FA Cup run and how he's performed so far this season, apart from the performance at Anfield in the Premier League, because that was a poor performance, no one can hide away from that. I think he's proven himself yet again, and Mikel Arteta did highlight that when we came back from the break in June. He said that his attitude had changed for the positive in June after lockdown, and I think if anyone is an example to players like Matteo Guendouzi and Mesut Ozil, it's Ainsley Maitland-Niles, because when you looked at his situation in, say, March, it did look very bleak, but he's been able to fight for his place in the side and deservedly keep it. I think when you look at Arsenal's situation now, he's arguably the first choice left wing back. I think that's arguable because of the job Bukayo Saka does there as well. But when you look at it, I feel that what those two offer is so much more than what is offered by Sead Kolasinac, for example, who's a natural in that position. And then when you factor in Maitland-Niles can also cover right wing back, and then he hasn't even been given a chance in his natural position of midfield yet. I think it was a no-brainer to keep him, and I feel players like him have gone slightly undervalued in today's game anyway. I feel a lot of people may turn their nose up at him because he may just be a utility man, but but those are the players that are almost the most important in your squad, because when you get those injuries at key times in the seasons, those are the players that are going to step up for you. And I feel he's well worth keeping for this season and beyond.
Well, I mean, just for the penalties, he's well worth keeping. I want him to teach me how to take penalties. So. It's just unbelievable.
You know, you say that, Art, but we saw a sea change. I mean, we saw it in our comments. We saw everything else. That certainly after the FA Cup final, you know, that's I think when the stories of him being sold were greatest. Right before that, then he played so well and contributed so much to them winning that cup that there was this flood of like reconsideration and remorse, like, please don't leave, all the little hearts and everything else, it's very, very, very kind of teen romance, but it was very sweet, it's kind of people like, we see that must have been very gratifying for you.
Yeah, I think it's very weird because a lot of opinion can get swayed, I think, very quickly.
Yeah.
But I do feel that, especially in the case of Maitland-Niles, the tone changed very quickly with how crucial he was to the FA Cup run, as you said. But when you look at what he's done since he's got into the team under Arsene Wenger, he's done the same job, and it's only now he's properly getting credit for it. And I think that's possibly to do with the success of the team, of course. But you've also got to look at the fact that how narratives can be shaped in this landscape, because if you rewind back to September last year, it was when he gave that interview where he admitted he wasn't a right back. It wasn't his favoured position, and he kind of got tarred with that brush of not wanting to give everything for Arsenal, and I think that may have shaped some opinion. But if you're looking at the harsh realities, he didn't speak about anything other than what was his truth at the time. And I think players, not just Maitland-Niles, but players shouldn't really be chastised for speaking the truth, saying that they're not playing in their favoured position when it's quite evident that they're not. That being said, it had been he hadn't been playing in his favoured position since he broke into the team in the 2017-18 season. So I think there's a lot of context that needs to be kept with discussions around players, not just Ainsley Maitland-Niles, of course. But I feel in terms of the way stuff like that works, I feel a lot of people need to keep context in their head, and that will maybe see a less frequent changing of the tides, I guess, in the tone people speak about players. And that's at any club, not just Arsenal.
All right, we reached the bottom of the hour. We've spent the first half of it with Art de Roche from Football London. Are you agreeable to a few more minutes with us?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
I actually have one question. So your correspondent for West Ham, Sam Inkersol, he's just tweeted, understand Jack Wilshere has had his contract at West Ham cancelled by mutual consent. I feel that's very sad, because obviously Wilshere was my favourite player. Like, what's your guys' opinion on that?
Should I go first? Or
no, this is for you. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think first of all, I can only relay what you've just said. Is a very sad moment. I feel that when looking at the career of Jack Wilshere, you can't deny the talent. I feel that even when he left Arsenal, I do feel that there was still a place for him in the side. Of course, they can reach an agreement to keep him, I'd say, but I do feel he was still of value when Arsenal let him go. Since he's left for West Ham, of course, injuries have been an issue for him, and you can understand it from West Ham's point of view, because it is an investment they're making in their team. But I think we've got to remember that Jack Wilshere is only 28 years old. I know some people may see that as an old player, but he is still 28 years old. So opportunities hopefully will still come for him at a level where he can prove himself, and hopefully as well he can keep on battling to prove himself as the talented player that he is. I think in his last season at Arsenal, he was proven quite regularly how influential he could be in games. And yeah, I just wish him the best, as I'm sure you guys do as well.
Pay as you play contract. We're in need of an attacking midfielder.
I wouldn't say no.
All right, I have one more question. Again, is this crazy day, but again, it seems to be winding down. There may be another surprise in the box, but I think as Arsenal fans, we'll feel like it's been Christmas with Thomas Partey, unwrapping the Thomas Partey present. But now, again, this is a new world. We put him in, and everything, the perspective of the team, of the club, of the physicality, of the mindset, everything changes. What are you looking forward to the most going after the break when the Thomas Partey infused lineup takes the pitch?
I think it's going to sound kind of nerdy, but I think what's going to be quite interesting is just how Mikel Arteta decides to shape up his team. I think after the restart, it's very evident that he wanted to go with a 4-3-3, with him using that against Manchester City and Brighton. But of course, with the results that came in those games, he had to switch to the back three. In the last two games in particular, against Liverpool and Sheffield United, you've seen kind of more of a fluid shape where it's kind of switched between a back three and a back four, and a 3-man midfield and a 2-man midfield at the base of midfield. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Arteta decides to shape up the team. I think it may be more likely that it turns into a 4-3-3 with Partey as a box-to-box midfielder, and having that player that's going to be able to drive Arsenal forward is going to be really exciting, I feel, because especially in that first half against Sheffield United, Arsenal just lacked any sort of drive on the right-hand side of midfield. There was just, even though I do feel El Neni has done well since he's come back from Besiktas in the opening weeks of the season, yesterday he was just very sideways in the first half. And I think having someone who's ready to take the ball forward is going to be a major part of what Mikel Arteta wants from his Arsenal side. Also, what I'm looking forward to after the international break is seeing Nicolas Pepe again. I feel the way he's been managed so far this season has been great, even though he hasn't been given the starts most would have expected after last season. I feel the way himself and Arteta have approached using substitutes in these games have been great, really, because especially in Pepe's case, he's come on every time and tried to prove something. At Fulham, he was very bright when he came on. The same against West Ham. He wasn't as great against Liverpool when he came on. Of course, he had a better performance when he started, and that was interestingly off the left-hand side. But I do feel that now is probably the time for him to replace Willian after the break in the starting lineup, and that's something else that I'm really looking forward to. Also, Emil Smith-Rowe. I'll just get that one in quickly.
Many things. So many things. But nice problems to have. There's no shortage of items. We've been spending all of this hour with Art Desrochers from Football London. Second time you've joined us, Art. Wonderful to have you here. Keep coming back. We love your input and love picking your brain. Ryan, do you have one final question before we let Art get on with digging further into this transfer?
No, I just want to say your enthusiasm is so infectious. I haven't smiled this much all day. And I just want to say your tweets are the best. The Football Manager ones.
I'm just an idiot on Twitter. I just try to have fun with it, I guess. I don't try to take myself too seriously.
The Gunnosaurus one today killed me.
Yeah. Hopefully, there's a few more good tweets tonight from myself and loads of people across Arsenal Twitter. Hopefully, there's more to come.
It's party time, so
Yeah.
let's just do it.
We'll let you run to party. But thank you, sir. It's always great to have you here on the pod. And we're going to turn it. We still have a little bit left in this hour. We've been taking questions, requests. Ryan can tell you he takes most of them. Sam does too, from our followers. Say, when are we going to come? When can we come on? When are we going to come on? We're going to start bringing you on for the remainder of the show. We want to hear your feedback. Obviously, all those of you who are out in the chat, send us your comments in the chat. Send us your feedback in the chat. We love to see it. But actually, we're going to bring some of you on, and we're going to see your faces. We're going to hear your voices, and we're going to hear what you think of Party Day. So, all right. Ryan, do we have our next guest? I mean, you're welcome to stay. We're not trying to kick you off in any respect, Art. But I'm just wondering.
I'll jump out when the next guest comes in.
another obligation, but no, I mean we're happy, we're thrilled to have you here. So
our next guest is at 8:00. So if you want to stay till 8,
okay, I can stay till 8. That's fine.
Okay, well then let's keep the conversation going. We talked about the young. Let's talk about a little bit about the old, because we kicked this topic around on the older. There's not an old squad. Maybe Willian. It's David Luiz are like a little old, but those guys seem like they've kind of cut a deal with Father Time, at least in the short term. But we were talking about this fact that, a lot of assumptions, Lacazette's going to leave, that, there was going to be a clear out. We thought Ozil might be gone at a certain point. Mustafi might be gone, and a clear out of age. But we look at it now. We were talking about this a week or two ago, coming out of the summer break. It looks like with some of the decisions he's made, obviously Maitland-Niles is still here. Saka's important, but Mikel really seems to be looking at a veteran bench. He doesn't want to be caught in a situation where he's in a tied match and he's having to lean too heavily on youngsters. Do you get that sense, or what do you feel in terms of balance that Mikel's going to try to accomplish with the players on hand?
Yeah, I think that's a really important point to raise, because when you look at Arsenal last season and you look at the fact that two of their player of the season candidates were 18 years old at the time, for how positive it is for them, it's not really a great reflection on the squad, I'd say. And Mikel Arteta did stress very often towards the back end of last season that he didn't want to rely on these youngsters for such long periods of time. And I think we really saw that with the way he used Bukayo Saka after the restart, because in the first 3 weeks of the restart, I believe he was involved in maybe 5 of the 6 matches. Yeah. And then after that, he was, I think he only started once and came off the bench twice and was an unused substitute in 3 games. My numbers might be a little bit off on that, but it's somewhere around that. And of course, he didn't play in either the FA Cup semi-final or the final. So I think the balance has really been something that Mikel Arteta has wanted to bring into the squad. And we saw that with Willian coming in. Of course, 32 years old may seem a bit old for some people, but in terms of the experience it brings and what it means for players like Nelson, Smith Rowe, and of course even Pepe, now we're seeing with the way the season started, it can be used as a vehicle to push the team forward. And I think that kind of idea was very clear from last season, and the way that Mikel Arteta has backed that up with of course, the business this summer, but also keeping David Luiz as well at centre back. I think that was just as important because people may like to look at the kind of high profile mistakes he makes, but there's no questioning that he is a key part of Mikel Arteta's plans, and that was evident throughout last season. So I think having those players around the younger players, and you can add Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang into that list as well, of course, within turning 31 this summer. I think having that, as you put it, veteran core around these young players, I think it's going to be very important this season and beyond.
Well, you raised an interesting point. I think it's a happy coincidence that you and Ryan were just discussing Jack Wilshere, because I mean he's the case in point of what Mikel's trying to avoid. I mean, we all think back to his debut, that spectacular match he had against Barcelona in Spain when he was just a kid, and everybody was raving about this kid's future. And obviously he was part of a Arsenal squad that was really kind of shorthanded, and Arsene Wenger had to lean very heavily on him that season when he was still like 18, 19. He played an incredible number of minutes in matches, consecutive matches, because Arsenal was just fighting to keep that top 4 space. And of course, what subsequent result of that, he plays, he's redlining, so to speak, if you use the metaphor, and then he has a stress fracture, and then he has another one, and then he has another one. And you go back and you look at that stretch. I'm sure Arsene didn't want to play him that much, but he was kind of, given the circumstance of the club at that time, he was kind of caught in a position where, again, he's having, as Mikel did with Saka during Tierney's injury, having to lean on this kid for an extraordinary amount of time. And I think he knew, and I think he saw what happened to Jack Wilshere, that, don't break this guy. He's showing some exceptional adaptivity skills, just showing real skills, scoring goals from all parts, leading, being one of the leaders in assists in the league with limited numbers, with limited minutes. So yeah, I think your point is very well taken on that.
Yeah, I think with Jack Wilshere as well, I did actually kind of reference that in point to Saka in a piece maybe a month ago or so. Obviously, I can't remember when because the time just has seemed to fly by this summer. But yeah, with the way he played in that season, I think he played over 50 games for Arsenal, went straight into summer internationals with England. And then I was actually at the game at the Emirates Cup in 2011 where he played about 7 minutes against New York Red Bulls and then had to come off. So that's kind of a summer that I'll never forget from a Wilshere point of view. But yeah, when you look at the way Arteta has managed Saka, I wasn't even expecting him to start against Sheffield United, to be honest, because when you see towards the end of the Liverpool game, he actually pulled up with a cramp, and then he's got an international break to go to as well. I was just of the mindset that it'd be best to rest him against Sheffield United, but again, he proved how key he is to Arsenal at the minute. And I think even though he is one of the key players, what also helps is the fact that he is a floater, as Mikel Arteta called him a few months back. He doesn't really have a defined position in the team, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think, again, as I kind of mentioned earlier with Maitland-Niles, some people may expect every single player to have a primary position in the team, but if there's someone that is able to do multiple jobs and do them so well, that's only going to serve Arsenal well in the long run. And I think when you're looking at his future, it's obvious that he's part of the long-term plans with the contract that he signed in the summer, moving to the number 7 as well this summer. But I feel the management of him and other young players in the squad is going to be what takes Arsenal to another level when nurturing these young talents that come through from the academy.
Yeah, I was actually at that Red Bulls game as well. I met
Oh
him.
no!
I actually met Wilshere in the car park after,
All right, cool.
and he told me it was only been a couple of weeks, and I've never believed a footballer since.
Tough. That's a tough listen. Art, question from the chat. Balogun, where he's started training. I understand more with the first unit. What does the club see? Again, a lot of talk that he's could go out on loan. A lot of talk that they wanted to sign him to an extension so that they could send him out on loan. Where is he as of? Where are we now? 7:50 on deadline.
Yeah. So I haven't seen much around him in terms of a decision being made. Sorry. Of course, everyone's known that his future's kind of up in the air this summer with a contract decision still needing to be made. But in terms of my personal take on it, I do feel that with Sheffield United getting Brian Brewster from Liverpool, that did serve as a boost to Arsenal. I feel I did speak to Nathan Hemmingham, who is a Sheffield United reporter for Yorkshire Live before the Sheffield United game, and he said even though Brewster was heading to Sheffield United, Balogun was more of a long-term option than Brewster. But even with that, I do feel that the intelligent decision would be to try and keep him at the club. I feel that last season, especially in the run-in before lockdown, he was proving just how good a striker he is at under 23 level. The games that spring to mind are against Chelsea, Manchester City, and Monaco, especially. Those are games where he was forced to show that he can finish with different types of goals, and he did so very well. I think when you're looking at the pecking order in terms of who Arsenal may be looking at as their strikers for the future, I do feel it's very much Eddie Nketiah right now is the man for the first team kind of battle with Alexandre Lacazette. He's done very well since he's returned from Leeds in January in fighting Lacazette for that starting spot. And then after that, I feel that Tyrese John-Jules is the next man up from him. I feel the reason for that is because he is more natural with his overall game than Balogun. He's a lot more natural when dropping into spaces more as a number 10, which he done under Steve Bold last season for the under-23s, and has continued to do at Doncaster this season in the early stages of their season. He's proven to be valuable to them even when he isn't scoring goals. In their most recent match, he didn't score but played a part in 2 of their goals and won man of the match voted by their fans. So they're seeing the value in having him in the side even if he doesn't score goals. And I think that's something that Mikel Arteta really did like from him last season. And we saw that with him almost being given a debut against Leeds United in the FA Cup semi-final. I remember asking Mikel Arteta about that after the game, a few days after the game, and he said he was this close to actually giving him a debut that night. But of course, Tyrese John-Jules now has the opportunity to prove himself again in League One. I think with the contract situation with Balogun still needed to be tied up, that may make a loan move a little more unlikely. However, me and Ryan were discussing it a bit earlier. I do feel that the Europa League should give him a good chance to prove himself again to Mikel Arteta, because he has been involved in first team training. And with the draw that Arsenal got, it is, with all respect to the teams in the draw, it is a favourable draw for Arsenal. And with rotation, it's going to be needed at that point with games against Manchester City, Leicester City, Manchester United coming up in that October, November time. I feel that could be a good time for him to get a chance to prove himself under Mikel Arteta.
Yeah, just going on to Tyrese John-Jules. His goal for Doncaster on his debut, I think it was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was his second game, but against Charlton, I believe. But yeah, that was great to see. And I think what's kind of wild is I don't know if you guys saw it, but earlier today he announced that he's joined up with Rock Nation Sports, of course, Jay-Z's brand, which has players like Romelu Lukaku signed to them. So that's a very interesting one, I think, and it shows, I guess, how highly thought of he is, not just at Arsenal, but in the world of football, to be able to have the backing of a brand like that.
And just staying with the youth, I know we've watched them quite a lot. In program notes, both Joe Willock and Reece Nelson have said that Miguel Aziz is the next one that's gonna like break through. I think he's brilliant. I've watched him a few times, and I think definitely he has a place in our midfield in the future.
Yeah. I think with Aziz, the important thing I feel is a lot of people see clips of him on Twitter, and in a lot of those clips, it's just the attacking side of his game they see. But when you actually watch him for a full 90 minutes, you do see that he's got both sides to his game, that he is capable of doing the defensive work as well as the attacking stuff. And I think he I'm not struggles too harsh of a word, because he was only just integrated into the under 23s in January. But in those games, there were times against Manchester City, for example, where the need for him to develop at that level was still evident. But I do feel that he is a player that is exciting for the future. And when you look at what Arsenal's midfield needs, I feel that he could be a good fit for that. And I also feel that in terms of the creativity side, Sergeant Catalan is also someone that I'm looking forward to see develop this season as well for the under 23s.
Yeah, I mentioned George Lewis earlier as well. What's your opinion on him? I know he was a new signing this summer as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I haven't seen too much of him, but I do feel in terms of the direction Arsenal are looking to go in, I feel with him being a very direct winger, he can be of use to Mikel Arteta maybe a season or two down the line. Of course, with the amount of wide players currently involved in the first team, it may be a bit difficult for him to break through now. But with him scoring, I believe he scored in his under 23s debut, and having impressed since then, he'll without doubt have the time to develop at Arsenal, and hopefully they've learned from their lessons over the past 5 years or so with Jeffrey Adelaide, Ishmael Benazir, Donny Amal, that these players need minutes, so loan spells will be important for them. And over the next year or two, that's probably going to be the case for George Lewis as well.
You following any of the chatter? I mean, I'm kind of tapped out of questions. Are just going to outrun me here. So
that's all right. I mean, I can drop out now if you've got your next guest.
No, we're very happy to have you on.
Yeah, I'm enjoying talking to you about the youth team. That's like, yeah. I love the prospects we have, and I love talking about them.
Yeah,
I do think we've got very good.
I think one to look out for from a personal point of view is Matt Smith. I do think he does go under the radar, where with him not being one of the flashier players amongst the 23s. Of course, he's on loan at Swindon Town this season, where he's already having an impact on their team in terms of the job he's doing in their midfield. Because another one where a couple of seasons ago, where clips were surfacing on Twitter, everybody was seeing what he could do in and around the box. But last season, Steve Bold really did make an effort to move him back to almost a holding midfield role, where he was in front of the back line, playing that kind of Granit Xhaka role for the 23s, where he did excel, in my opinion. And this loan spell with Swindon has come at the right time for him. But even there, I think he's taken his game to another level so far, because in terms of the interceptions that he's making, they're directly leading to goals as well for Swindon. So I think he's one to look out for. Of course, FA Cup winner Matt Smith. I should have started with that, sorry. Yeah, I think he is one to look out for because, again, we all saw how close he was to the first team after the restart, named on the bench 6 times by Mikel Arteta. And I think he shouldn't be slept on by Arsenal fans this season and after that.
I agree. Raf, do you have any more questions?
I am exhausted, but thank you. We got a bonus half hour of Art de Roche. Originally scheduled for 30, gave us 60, so we feel kind of blessed here at the pod. We always a pleasure to have you on. Appreciate your insight with the youth and the big club, but especially the young players on the big club. So and of course, we pass on our thanks to James Bench, who made his first appearance on our pod earlier today. Just it's good to have working relationship with both of you and with your publication. So again, we're your friends of the pod, and we're grateful to have you on.
No problem. All right, I'll jump off now. So hopefully you guys have a good rest of your night. Have a good
party. Have a party. Thank you, Rod.
No problem. See you guys later. Bye.
Thank you. See you later.
All right, Ryan, we've come to the top of another hour. We just kind of turned over the bottom of the hour. We've reached kind of the fun. I mean, not that this wasn't fun. It's party day here at Saved by the Bellerin for all of us Arsenal fans. Thomas Partey has joined the club. Do we have official announcement now? Has he come out with the shirt yet? Has he shown anything off?
No, he's currently undergoing the second part of his medical at London Colney. He's the AFC Bell, who, let's just say, they've been on the ball with this from the get-go at the same time as us. Let's just say. We were there as well. They've tweeted information. Thomas Partey will sign a contract for the next 4 seasons with a salary just above the £200,000 a week. So I think that will be announced within the hour or two.
All right, and we still have 3 hours till the window closes. But the fact that he's already at Colney, he's already taken 1 medical. His transfer fee, his release clause fee has been paid. He made it here. He's at team headquarters. He's having a second medical. It's just a matter of time. So let's have some more fun. I guess we have guests, new guests, fan guests, follower guests.
We're just waiting on mine and Sam's friend Stuart. He's just we're just waiting for him to join, and we can ask him some questions. I'm just waiting for a reply. Okay,
because Zoom is a funky technology. So if he and I'm not the moderator as I was this morning, so I can't let him in, but I'm letting all the powers that be know that Stuart is on his way. All of those of you down in the chat who are asking for Stuart, he's on his way. Matter of time. Just like Thomas Partey, it's just a matter of time.
And then after Stuart, we've got our biggest fan ever. We got Ollie Thorpe coming on the show. He's really excited. He's been DMing me all day with nervous excitement about joining us today and having a good old conversation.
He's been tweeting photos of us on his television as he watches
Yes.
us. He watches us live. He watches us late. We love him. We love all of you guys. Really, seriously. Again, we started this as kind of a labor of love a little over a year ago. We just went to video pod right after the COVID break, and the response has been really overwhelming. So we appreciate all of you. And we, since while we're waiting for Stuart, let's kind of let you guys in a little secret.
I was just about to say.
We're expanding, our offerings here. The pod is always available where you can listen to it, you can watch it, but we are also bringing in.
Sorry to interrupt. Sam's trying to get in as well. So if the moderator could let our man's in, please.
Okay. You clue him to the special toys here. I'm gonna let the moderator know that we have two guests, and we'll have them on in a moment. I cannot walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. But to continue the thought, Ryan has made a wonderful series of videos, and some of them are on prospects, some of them are on players that are coming. I'm sure, as he said, he had a Thomas Partey video, and he probably will make more. But we are working on doing a live post match video show, kind of like this, but with videos, telestrators, diagrams, markups, everything else. And we plan on having it start 15 minutes after the pod. We also some of this is free. We're keeping this pod free, but we're building some items behind a paywall. That's one of them. But as part of the perks, if you join this, that you get to join a discussion group with all of us. So you're part of that insider group, and you get, maybe you can't stand us if you find out after a month, but I think you will. We're a pleasant bunch. We're actually all house trained and can feed ourselves. So, but again, we all love Arsenal, and we all again love chatting Arsenal football with you. Also, for all of you who do sign up, we have a special perk. I haven't received it yet. Maybe I'll have it for the Thursday pod. Is Sam coming in here? I gotta excuse me. Sam should be coming in any second now. So we have a special perk for all of you who do choose to subscribe, and I wish I could hold it up for you, but we might have it midweek. But we have a signed Kieran Tierney shirt, and one of those that comes in the expensive box. I can't wait to open the box. I feel like God's light is going to shine out, and I'm going to gaze on Kieran Tierney's signature. But that is going to be given. We'll draw numbers from all of you who choose to subscribe to our Patreon, which is upcoming, with the videos and the chats and the special events and all the special tools. Hey. And we will pick one of you. When is this? Sometime in December, when the United match comes. We'll give you a little time to kind of build up, but we think it'll be a great holiday gift for one of you lucky fans out there. Oh, here we go. Sam is back. You want to introduce our guest? Bring Stuart in? Right?
Yep.
Or Sam, go right ahead.
Very good friend of mine, Stuart Wilders. Nice to have you along here, mate.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. Really appreciate it. And great show, guys.
Thank you so much. I'll lead off. I mean, you've been watching all this all day, following it here, following it there, following it wherever you follow it. Just start with your impressions. Thomas Partey is an Arsenal player.
It's amazing. It's amazing. We've been crying out for this type of player for years, and we finally got our man. And, I reflect on the midfield options we have now at Arsenal, and it's really exciting. Thomas Partey has the ability to be a transformational player for Arsenal this year and for future years. Imagine the power, the speed, the athleticism of Thomas Partey in that midfield, sat next to Granit Xhaka. It really is. It is mouth-watering. This, for me, has been one of the best transfer windows for Arsenal for years. So excited.
Gentlemen, take at it, run at it, have at it.
Yeah, Stu, you've been very confident in our WhatsApp group that we have on WhatsApp. So how come you're so confident with these deals?
I don't know. I guess I'm the eternal optimist. Those that know me know that I have no negativity towards anything in life, especially not Arsenal. Maybe my green screen, don't know what the hell that's doing, but hey, can't have everything in life, can you? Works perfectly fine normally, but hey, you guys get the gist of it. I was trying to be clever.
We can
Clearly
see
went
it.
wrong.
It's good. We can see the logo. It's all works. It's all works.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the shirt. Who knows? Who cares? I'm just always uber positive when it comes to Arsenal because I don't understand why you get up in the morning and be negative. I really don't. I look at what the things Arsenal are doing. I look at the decisions we're making and I compare them to the decisions we've taken over the years. And, there were probably some years gone by where you'd look at the business Arsenal will do and you think, well, that's just a stopgap. That's just a player you're bringing in just to get us from A to Z for a short period of time. And then you're going to sell that player on, or maybe you're not. Maybe you're going to find that you can't get a buyer for that type of player and you're back to where you are. What I'm actually seeing from Arsenal now is something really exciting. I'm seeing proper management. I'm seeing proper structure inside the club. I'm seeing youth players being brought forward, which are actually really exciting. I'm seeing a proper structure in the youth department. I'm seeing a proper legend at Arsenal, Mertesacker, leading that youth academy. And I'm seeing a proper legend in Arteta, two players who have lifted FA Cups for our club. And I can't believe what I see on Twitter sometimes. I can't understand why people are so negative. You won't get a negative bone out of my body. I really just look at Arsenal and think, if we want to do something, we are a gargantuan club. And, that old phrase from, Sir Raoul, that when Arsenal knock, it's a different kind of knock. It really is true. Arsenal are a different league of club. It doesn't matter if you finish 8th. Arsenal will always come back and Arsenal will always be fighting. And that's what we are as a club. We're a fighter. And I don't like seeing negativity. I've always believed Arsenal will do the business. We all wanted an hour, didn't we? I understand something might be going down about 9 o'clock online from some of the tweets I've seen in the last hour. I don't know whether that's just normal ITK rubbish or whether that's actually true, but you just don't know. And it doesn't actually matter if we don't sign Aouar. We've got the players coming through the ranks who can cope with the pressures that are needed in order to deliver at the great stage. Partey is a transformational player. He's what we need. We haven't had a Vieira type since Vieira left the club. That's fact. We've tried all different types of formations, different types of players. The days of where we were begging for Francis Coquelin to come back on loan, just to enable us to get a defensive-minded player in that midfield. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Those days, that ship has sailed. Those days are gone. We've got a player here who, bar Thiago, who is of course now at Liverpool, a player who I think is phenomenal. We've got a player who has an average of 2 dribbles per game. He's one of the top players at take-ons in La Liga. And I think he was in fact second behind Thiago. You've got a top player. He's tall, 6'1". He's athletic. He's strong. He's fast. He's a fantastic ball recoverer. I just think this is a phenomenal signing. 45 million euros, people.
It's a great deal. Bargain. Incredible value for money, in my opinion. Same as Gabriel. We've done incredibly well to get Gabriel and Partey for less than 70 million, in my opinion.
It's incredible business. Yeah, absolutely. But, we should really praise the club. This is an opportunity for us to rejoice in the right positive decisions that the club are making. Gabriel for 27 million, Harry Maguire for 80 million. I know which player I'm turning to. Gabriel will make mistakes. And I fear that the moment he makes a mistake, we'll all jump on the negative aspect to it. But he will make mistakes. He's still a young guy. He's 21, 22, 23. He will make mistakes, but he will learn from them. I'd rather pay 27 million for a player of that ilk with that high of a ceiling and give him a chance. Saliba, he's going to probably, I don't know, time's running out. It doesn't look like he'll go out on loan, but maybe he'll go to a championship club over the next couple of weeks before it slams shut on the 16th. And he needs to develop in the English league. So, but I fully believe he's going to come good. And we've got 2 really good young centre-backs. When 18 months ago, we were staring down the barrel of Socrates and Mustafi as our first choice. And there has to be a reality check at some point. You really have to look at that and think, where have Arsenal come over these last 18 months? And it was dreadful. How slow were we at the back? And how many mistakes, how many individual errors did we make? Mustafi alone would make at least one error a game and get crucified for it. But actually he's getting proper coaching now. He's getting proper defensive coaching and looks a decent player. And you look at that back line now, you've got Gabriel on the left, you've got Mari, who, by the way, I actually think is totally underrated. And I think a lot of people criticizing 16 million. Yeah, 16 million euros on a backup left centre back is good money. And it's a good deal if he comes off. We haven't seen enough of him to know whether he will yet, but the potential's there. And on that right-sided centre-back position, you've got David Luiz, who is going to be here for another year or so. He's got to be there because he's got to bring the young players through. And he's got cover with Mustafi, probably now Socrates, unless he's going to leave in the next hour or two. That's pretty good. And don't forget Holding. That, you can understand then why Saliba might leave for a year on loan to a championship club to get some experience. It makes total sense. There's real rhyme and reason about the club now, and if you can't get behind it, you need to choose a different side.
I'll ask a quick question,
please.
You go for me.
I see a certain ex-gunner has had his contract terminated. A certain Jack Wilshere. We all know that he did agree a pay-as-you-play contract when Wenger was here, but obviously left because Wenger went. If the opportunity arises for pay-as-you-play, would you?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't, because I think that ship has sailed. I mean, we all love Jack Wilshere, and we all had such high hopes for him. I mean, he's a real Arsenal man. Remember the day he stood over the side of the bus and, asked, what do we think of something or other? It's legendary stuff. But I think as a player, I think his career is probably at the end, really. I'd like to see him step down a level. I'd like to see him play a few more years while he can and then get into coaching. And I would welcome him back at Arsenal. I think there is a coach in there. He's been at Arsenal from the very beginning. He understands about growing up. He understands the growing pains of football. He understands what can happen with a bad injury and how to get through it. I think there's a real story to be told to some of the younger kids there. I'd love to see him back in the fold. And I imagine he's the kind of character that Mertesacker would embrace and would love to have as part of the youth setup.
How closely, Stuart, you were talking about all these youth players, and it's true, everything you've just said about the legacy from Edu to Mikel down to Pear at the youth level, and of course Steve Bold is there too with the under 23. But how closely do you follow the kids?
Not as closely as some. I'm going to be honest. So I watch the same clips you guys do, and so I know some. There's a good friend of mine, Kev, who tends to study the kids, and there's a few other big accounts that study them as well. I just watch the clips, and some of them, Aziz looks a fantastic prospect, doesn't he? There's two signings today that have come through. I was quite interested to learn that is it Rekic? I can't know if I've pronounced that correctly. Yeah. But they're talking about him training with the first team rather than the under 23s. That's really interesting. I don't know whether that's a short-term thing. Maybe. And I wonder whether he's going to train for a period of time and then maybe go out on loan. That's a possibility. But I mean, I watch the under 23s when I can, but I don't follow them as closely as some do. So I'm not going to profess to be an expert. But I will say this thing. I will say, if Mertesacker, who I do believe in, and Arteta believe we've got a great crop of youngsters coming through, I think we have to be excited, don't we? I think there's one player in that list that there's been a lot of talk of this summer is Balogun, and his future hasn't been resolved yet. Will he get a loan? Will he sign on for another contract, or will he be sold? I guess we've got another 2 weeks to find out, but it'd be a real shame because maybe his pathway's blocked with Nketiah. Maybe his pathway's blocked even more now, so that Molo's arrived from Sweden. But it'd be a real shame because he seems prolific at that level, and that's what you need. And as we've seen with Nketiah, you can find a way into that team. And Arsenal actually has got to be a really great example for young kids coming through. And actually, there is a pathway into the first team. Give it a try. Stay with Arsenal. Go on loan. Learn your trade. Play against players who are picking up mortgages, who are going to charge into you, who are going to slide tackle you. You're going to learn about real football, not what goes on in the training ground. Earn your position in that team. And Nketiah, Nelson to a lesser extent, Willock, they've all done it, and all credit to them. It's great to see a pathway through. That's what we've been missing over the years. And also, when we talk about selling players, and not all players make it. Great example is Iwobi. Also, Theo Walcott was picked up as a young kid from my neck of the woods down south, went on to do great things at Arsenal. His career's plateaued, possibly nosedived ever since he's gone to Everton. But we sold them for decent money, Iwobi especially. And so it's a great way of creating a revenue stream for the club and enable us to invest in other areas. So, yeah, it's looking good. And I like what I see.
Who's next?
I was just going to say, Stu, who's been your standout player so far this season?
I think there's been a number. I'm going to start with Gabriel because I just think he's been absolutely enormous as of a player. I mean, bringing him in and... there's a lot of talk about players not adapting. We spent the whole of last year talking about Pepe not adapting to the Premier League. Gabriel seems to have taken it like a duck to water. We're just a few games in, and he's been. I thought he was our best player by an absolute country mile in the last game. I know, Leno got man of the match, but I thought he was our best player. I thought he was our best player in the game before, and he's just, for me, he's a transformational player too because we've looked for a left-sided centre back in order to be able to spray those balls forward. And look at the range of pass he's got from right through. I mean, it probably said something about our midfield, but the range of passing from left centre-back to the front three has been just so obvious. It's been bypassing Xhaka and Ceballos and El Neni to a certain extent and hitting those front three from left centre-back and also from right centre-back with Luiz. I think Gabriel's been my best player. I've also been impressed by Willian. I think he's done okay. Obviously, the first game against Fulham was phenomenal. Then he's dropped a bit. But I think he's a good 7.5, 8 out of 10 player. I think that's what you get from Willian every game. And also, I think I've got to give a nod to Leno. Yeah, I think the whole of Twitter universe, Arsenal Twitter universe, wanted Leno to fail. And I mean, that says something about Twitter, Arsenal Twitter, quite honestly. But Leno has been fantastic. And the comments he came out with about, I know I'm the first choice and I'm the best, I'm going to be the best. I mean, talk about a comeback. He's what a player. And that's the kind of attitude you need. That's a winner's attitude. When I saw him being interviewed and he spoke those words, do you know what I immediately thought of? I thought Jens Lehmann. I know they're both German, but I thought that's the kind of arrogance, that's the kind of character that makes you a top goalkeeper. And you look at that spine of that team now, top goalkeeper, top left centre-back, top now defensive midfielder, it's not defensive midfielder, centre midfielder, top striker in Aubameyang. You've got a phenomenal spine of that team now. And if we're not challenging for top 4 this year, it's not going to happen, is it? Very positive about this season.
I said...
Go ahead,
sorry, Ref. I was going to say, I said not so long ago, in a team that needs to be successful, you have 5 elite players and then you have good players around them. I genuinely think Leno's elite, Gabriel's elite, Tierney's elite, Partey and Aubameyang. I think that's our core elite players. How would you see that? Would you agree?
I agree with you. Tierney, yeah. Sorry, I forgot all about Tierney. That's how good he is. He just does his thing, doesn't he? I couldn't believe that Roy Keane thought he was average the other week and not good enough for Arsenal. I mean, nonsensical. I agree with you. I think all the players there, I can't really add any more to it. They're all elite. They've all got fantastically high ceilings. You've got an elite striker, best striker in Europe, possibly the world. And the fact that Aubameyang was comfortable enough to stay with Arsenal should tell you about what's going on at the club. We've had many, many years of turmoil where players have left the club because they didn't agree with the strategy. They didn't agree with the vision. Do you remember Robin Van Persie saying didn't agree with what was being proposed? So I was happy to go to Man United. I mean, that was like a dagger to the heart. Not Aubameyang. I bet you he had the same options. I bet there was at least one club in England who were in for him. Of course they would be. And given he had 1 year left on his contract, probably 25, 30 million, or maybe slightly more, but in and around that ballpark might have twisted Arsenal's arm on deadline day. Not Arsenal now. Arsenal was signing him up, making a big song and dance about it, and making him our leader. You know, you are the guy. You're the guy that's going to take us to the promised land. You got a great young coach that's got everything to prove, who wants to deliver. Who just 6 months ago was saying, "I'm not here to paper over the cracks and win a few. I'm here to win it all. You know, I'm here to win the Europa. I'm here to win the Champions League," and that's his objective. I couldn't believe when I saw that. I thought, is he a joker? But actually, when you actually watch what he does and how he holds himself, I can best believe it. If I wasn't an Arsenal fan, I would be really worried by the direction in which Arsenal are going. We are on an upward trajectory. We're getting the right players in. We get the right types of players in. We've got the right manager. I totally buy everything that Arteta says. My wife's in love with him. She can do what she wants with him. Carte blanche, not an issue. and I think it's a fantastic opportunity. I just think we're in such a great place right now. And just think where we were 12 months ago, guys. 12 months ago. That's all it was. You know,
yeah, we had just lost to Sheffield United away from home.
Exactly. We've just beaten Sheffield United, and you know, it was a dark season last year, and we deserved to finish 8th. We were awful for the most part, but there was a shining light at the end, and we won a cup, and then we won another cup. You know, so I just go back to my original point at the beginning. I can't wake up and be negative about this club ever, even in the darkest day. But I can, without question, see light at the end of the tunnel. I think this is a really positive new dawn for Arsenal, and we should all be incredibly optimistic. I'm very excited. Be excited.
Stu, just touching on the Sheffield United game that we've just won, we saw Aubameyang up top, in the middle.
Yeah.
Moving forward, do we keep him in the middle? Do we put Lacazette in? If we're putting Aubameyang through the middle, to what effect does that affect Nketiah? And what order would you have the pecking order?
I mean, I'm going to go against the grain. I like Aubameyang on the left. And, you know, that's a slightly controversial pick, because I know a lot of people would love to see him as a striker, but I think he likes it too. I think he quite likes that role. And we haven't got the player on that left-hand side to replace Aubameyang. You talk about elite strikers that can play off that left. You know, Henry did it really, really well. He liked to come in. He plays centrally sometimes, no different with Aubameyang. If we ever buy a left winger, and I don't think we will, because I don't think that's how we want to play. I think the structure to our game is we play the right-hand side as the winger position, Pepe example. And on that left-hand side, we're then looking for sort of almost like a second striker to come in and cut in. I don't see Aubameyang losing his position. I think the big question is where you play Saka. And I thought for some time that Saka could be a really fantastic choice as a central midfielder. I think he's got the build for it, actually. And I look at Saka and I think he's got the makings of a Clarence Seedorf. I really believe that. His stature, the way he holds himself, the strength, his ability to turn a man and get past them, and also strike the ball. I just think, and also create the ball. You know, he's not a massive lad, but he headed the ball fantastically well the weekend. And his ability to find the right space, or the right position in the right space, is really, really good. So I would go with Aubameyang. I would. Sammy, you know I'm a big Zaha fan. If we brought in Zaha on that left-hand side, then maybe I would move Aubameyang to the centre. But we haven't sold Lacazette. I don't think we're going to. Who knows what happens in January? I think that formation's here to stay, and I don't think it's going to change that much. Let's find out what happens with Partey, because there is a big question around if you had Aouar and Partey, if you brought both in, how would you have played that in midfield? I guess we won't know. Was it one or the other, or was it both? Were we ever in for both?
I still think the formation's going to go to a 4-3-3 personally.
Yeah, it would feel that way. I mean, Partey would I guess prefer a central berth in that midfield. I guess we're going to find out pretty soon, aren't we? We got the international break for us all now to sweat over and pray that we get back to proper football. And then Arsenal will come back and we'll find out that first game, providing he plays it, of course, and not stand on the bench, which is probably likely. But yeah, I would keep Aubameyang on the left.
Stuart, we were talking about this after the shootout with Liverpool, and you were talking about it. You see it, but this club had a real swagger. All these players taking it. Pepe, Maitland-Niles. I mean, that's become a mindset. I mean, it's obvious from top to bottom. I mean, you see it. I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know when a player steps up to take a penalty, you just know if they're going to score or miss, don't you? It's only kind of that moment where the goalkeeper makes a phenomenal save that a player that is so confident is going to miss. You just know by the way the player is walking and the look of them, you can just tell whether they're confident or non-confident. And El Neni looked a little bit unconfident to me. When I saw him step up, I thought, "Oh, I'm not sure about this." And I didn't think his penalty was bad. A bad penalty is when you miss the target. Let's be right about that. He didn't miss the target. It was a good save. Could have been better, but then so could Joe Willock's. And, that went in. If that was saved, we'd all be saying, what a terrible penalty. There's no bad penalty if it goes in. But you can see the level of confidence on those players' faces. And when Ainsley Maitland-Niles steps up to take a penalty, I've never seen a more confident player. And you just wouldn't expect it, would you? You see him as that in that kind of left and right channel. You just would not expect that he'd be able to take a penalty of that ilk in that way. And he just strikes it so well. And throughout that team, we just don't look like we're gonna lose a penalty shootout. Utter confidence. But that stems from the manager. The manager gives them that. And they didn't have that under Emery. I can't say his name. Emery. Enemy. Under Enemy.
He wants
the tongue, but it works. Yeah.
Yeah. So you just wouldn't have seen that. I think the players are happy. They want to do a job for Arsenal. They see the vision. They see where they're headed. They see that it's exciting times. They see the players around them. They see Aubameyang signing on. They don't look at it and go, Arsenal were in the doldrums. They might look at Man United and think that. They might look at some other clubs and think, don't know what's going down the road, really. But you look at Arsenal and you think, it's positive. I want to play here. I want to be here. And that's why part of me thinks Balogun, after all the talk of him leaving, might end up extending. And I hope he does. And I hope they send him out on loan. But Arsenal, we're all positive. So happy at the moment.
Yeah, just got a notification pop up. James Benger's just tweeted, the Partey deal is about 90% done according to those close to it. Release clause triggered, personal terms agreed, medical finished, plenty of time for what is left. Fantastic news.
Wow,
It really is. Never in doubt if you follow the AFC Bell. Every Arsenal fan on the land should get AFC Bell tattooed somewhere on their body, and tweet it, send a picture,
or SBTB, because we've been banging on about Partey for months.
That's true. Yeah, you have actually. You have, in fairness. There's been a few really reliable media channels that have been talking about Partey from day one, and you guys have definitely been one of them. And it's funny, I think today's proven one thing, that none of the journalists have a clue. The only one that I think comes out with any credit is Charles Watts, and that's because it's clear that he's being fed stuff from the club. The rest of them, I think almost you can take your notifications off and just run with just a few select, because you're just not going to hear the right kind of news. I got accused of being an ITK this week, by the way. And I was just giving my opinion. It's amazing when you talk about stuff on Twitter now and you give your own opinion on something. And I clearly said that I felt that Aouar would get done and then Partey would get done straight after. And Sammy will verify that for me, because he knows I've been talking about this. My view was that Aouar would get done, and there's no reason to believe it wouldn't, because there was so much smoke. And then we would activate Partey's release clause. Okay, Aouar didn't get done, but Partey's here. And it's amazing. The moment you tweet something like that, the Arsenal Twitter universe is ready to shoot you down. So, guys, please read tweets.
All right. Do we have another one? I actually have. I've been given authority. So do we have another guest who's ready to come in?
Yeah, we're going to have Tom Wright soon, about 5 minutes.
Okay. I don't see him, but apparently I have Wright. So as soon as his name pops in, here he is. Speak of the devil. Here we go. It might take a few seconds, but there's always room for more. We're all talking Arsenal football. It's a great Arsenal day. Even if it ends this second, where there may be more. We don't know.
RMC are reporting that Saint Etienne are still working for William Saliba.
Okay, well, there we go. Possible loan out. And again, I think consensus being probably good, given his family situation, probably a good move for him.
Indeed, yeah. Considering losing family member, and then obviously, I think it's just a good move for him to go back for another season, get that transitional season out of the way, come back to Arsenal, a much stronger player, ready to fight for first team, especially when you think about it. Louis' contract runs out next summer. Socrates, Mustafi, they all run out next summer.
Okay. Gentlemen, do we have any more? Stuart, I mean, I can't ask you, what do you think? Because now I know what you think. But anything else that I've asked these other guys. So we had a few hours to digest the Thomas Partey. It's real. What stays with you now after having a few hours to let it marinate, sink in?
Well, I guess jubilation. We went to bed last night. Everyone was miserable, weren't they? Everyone was thinking that we were going to wake up today and have a really, really dull transfer deadline day. But no, we've had a good one. And we'll go to bed optimistic on the eve of transfer deadline day, thinking, well, maybe Arsenal will do 2 or 3. Yeah, maybe do 4 or 5. And it's funny because I could see people saying that. I think Arsenal will do 2 or 3 transfers, and I'm thinking, it's amazing how little gets done actually on transfer deadline day. You tends to break the night before. You tend to hear stuff, and then it takes all day. And it's interesting that a lot of the media outlets. I mean, Partey's obviously nearing being done. So I think we can touch wood and say he's an Arsenal player, barring the shouting. But so we think back to Ozil. Ozil got announced an hour before deadline day, but in actual fact, it had started the night before. But you just didn't hear anything about that all day. And with Partey, it's been something that's been bubbling since day one of the transfer window opening. In actual fact, it got announced at 12 o'clock midday today, UK time, and it's been bubbling ever since. But it's amazing how little that the media know about it.
Noon. I told you guys.
Was it noon, or did I get that one wrong?
No, well, I was just joking there. We were up. I mean, I don't know how early Ryan got up. I was up at like 5 this morning, and we were kicking about times, and they said it looks like this is before the bell came out. I said, well, if anything happens today, it's going to strike at noon. They'll pull the trigger, and like about 10 minutes later, the bell came out. We've heard rumors. And I'm like, okay, 30 minutes. There we go. Noon. They gave themselves time, right? They gave themselves time.
Yeah, but if you listen to some reliable journalists, you guys have been. I mean, I know Ryan and Sammy have been telling me this has been on for months. So I've been aware of it because you guys have been telling me. But there have been some outlets who have been criticised for saying the Bells, for example, the Bell, who got blocked and called a fraud multiple times, was saying actually this is happening and didn't waver from their position, and it kind of looked at it and thought, this is kind of weird. Are they going to deactivate? Are they going to do this? But they've stayed in their own position throughout the whole of the transfer window. Arsenal are going to sign Partey. So this deal has been done not done, but it's been bubbling for months. And Arsenal have chosen today to activate it. I love the rumours coming out that Atletico Madrid are in shock about it. I mean, What planet do they live on? I mean, who? There's no one in Madrid right now going, oh, never saw that one coming. Not in a million years. You know, Partey would have said to Simeone, you know I'm signing for Arsenal, don't you? You go, yeah, of course I do. But I'm still going to play you because you're an Atletico Madrid player. You don't get to like deadline day. You're telling me Arsenal have activated his release clause? I can't believe it. There was a tweet that went out earlier saying that he was heard shouting. I mean, really? They have loaned Torreira for a reason, guys. So, yeah, I think for Arsenal, we've got a player that we've needed for a year. Like I said earlier, transformational. You know, hashtag transformational. He really is. And I hope he's going to be a player that hits the ground running because I think he has the ability to take us up a level. We're already in the top four. It's a fake top four, but we have an opportunity to really ground top four this year. Back in the Champions League and back to the promised land. Exciting times.
Absolutely. Guys.
I just gave Tom I may have needed to give him video approval, which I just did. So I don't know if that's the holdup. Go ahead, Sam.
Lovely. Tom, welcome.
Yo, you all right, guys?
There you are.
Thanks for having us on.
Tom.
Thanks for having me.
No worries at all.
Welcome to the pod.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Love the show, so.
Well, thank you. We'll ask you what everybody else asks. First off, where were you when you heard the rumor that Partey was in motion?
I just got in from work and then I was watching your stream and then I was watching other streams and everything and then I saw it World Cup and I was quite shocked actually. I thought we were going to go for Aouar today, but I'm fine with Partey. He's world class in my opinion, so I can't complain.
Gentlemen?
So, overall thoughts about the window so far?
I think I was talking to my mate yesterday. I said I gave it an 8 out of 10 if we get Partey and not Aouar, because I think if we got Aouar, it's a 10 out of 10 easily. But getting Gabriel at centre-back, that left-footed centre-back is what Mikel exactly wanted, I think. And he's been solid so far in the past 3 games that he's played. Definitely great. I mean, getting Runnison, he was a decent sign, I think. He's just sort of a backup, isn't he? So nothing, can't really complain about that, I suppose. And then getting Willian on the free. I wasn't excited about it at first, but after his first game, I'm quite optimistic now. So hopefully he has a good season.
Something we kick around on the show. Who's buying a Partey shirt now with his name on the back?
Well, I've got a Aubameyang on this one, so I think I might have to get another one now. So, yeah.
Well, put it this way, I've got three home shirts, so I don't think I can stretch to
a blue one
or been waiting for.
Yeah, away one's nice. Like the away
I've got the away and all. I've been waiting for either Partey or Aouar for the third kit, so I can fulfil it now. So.
Well, we'll let you in a little secret that Ryan made a deal that was going to require him to get, it was a Guendouzi shirt if he didn't, if he was still on the club today. He ran that one right up to the line. So
yeah, if Guendouzi had stayed, I'd have had to get him on the away one, and if Zaha signed, I'd have had to get him on the third one.
I would have liked Zaha, to be fair. I like Zaha.
Your wallet is safe.
Yeah. I don't think Zaha would have improved us, to be honest.
I'm of the same opinion.
Yeah, I think Willian sort of hindered that deal, I think. But yeah, I don't know.
I think as wingers go, like Willian on the left and Saka on the left would probably be more beneficial than Zaha, because on one side you've got the goal scoring winger in Pepe, and then on the left you've got the creative winger like Willian or Saka. Zaha's more, he wants to score, he wants to get penalties and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think it would have worked in favour of Pepe.
I just think he blocks Martinelli. That's my concern.
Yeah.
And I think people forget he's not that far away from coming back. So I'm looking for him in January.
Because there was a a rumour around Martinelli, wasn't there, quite a while ago, that him and Arteta had a disagreement in terms of his playing position, because he was saying that he wants to play as a left winger, whereas Mikel Arteta sees him long term as a centre forward, doesn't he? So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see when he does come back where he slots in. Right. In your opinion, Tom, and Stu in afterwards, where do you see Martinelli's long term future?
I think long term, he's definitely a striker, in my opinion. From the games that we watched last year in the Europa League, those finishes he done with his head, his feet, he can score any type of way. I think definitely a striker. But for now, I think playing on the left, the right is where he's going to get in the team, in my opinion.
Stu?
I think he's a striker. I really do. But I don't see a lot of difference between him and Aubameyang. I see the same type of player. So I think you can play him as a left striker, left forward, and you can play him centrally. You know a good striker when you see them moving into the right spaces and getting on the end of crosses. But if they miss a chance, at least they're making themselves available. And that's what Martinelli can do. And for a little lad, he's pretty good in the air too, isn't he?
Yeah,
so,
pretty good.
Yeah, I think. Do you know what? My lad's got 35 Martinelli on the back of his shirt. And I must admit, he sees something in him. I think he's a striker. And I just wonder whether he's the type of player that might take over from Aubameyang in the future. We might already have secured that his replacement when Aubameyang decides that time is time to move on, but hopefully not for a long time. Aubameyang, please stay.
Yeah, definitely.
So just a sweepstake here. What time do you reckon Partey is going to get announced?
Top of the hour.
9?
What's his number at Atletico? 5, isn't it?
15 minutes.
Yeah.
9:05 or something. I don't know. Arsenal, they might do something like that.
Well, the Bell have been saying that he's going to be taking the number 5, and that's Socrates at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So does that mean Socrates is off somewhere, maybe?
Well, according to Chris Wheatley, he said he's staying.
No.
They'll probably release him or something.
The January window is 2 months away, isn't it? 2.5 months away. It's incredible. We're in beginning of October, and we're about to close the transfer window and talk about the next transfer window opening in 2.5 months, which is nothing. It's about 12 games.
Yeah.
So it won't be long before we say goodbye to Socrates, and there'll be a lot of players that will potentially be loaned out to the Championship surely to get game time, and then they'll be off. I imagine there'll be a lot of short-term loans over the next 6 months to get players off the wage bill, get them playing regularly, and enable to position them so that when the transfer window opens in January, you can shift them off the books. And I imagine that might be the case. But we got precedent here, haven't we? We removed the number 4 from El Neni and gave it to Saliba, who now isn't going to play, but El Neni's got number 25, which is a bit odd.
And I've got number 4 on my back.
Let's hope he starts.
It's a long-term investment, Ryan.
It is indeed. You're completely right. Oh, it's getting to the business time of the window, isn't it? Last couple of hours.
Aouar, do you think we'll go for Aouar in January, or is that just? Do you think
I think that might be a difficult deal to do in January.
Too many clubs, isn't it? Yeah.
The prices go up in January.
Yeah, and Leon aren't going to want to sell mid-season.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if he's fully out.
I think the ship has sailed on Aouar now. I don't think we'll get him at all. Because next summer, next summer, City, Juventus, PSG, they're all going to be in for him.
Yeah, we can't cope with that money, I guess, as well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, next summer we're going to have quite a big budget because Ozil's leaving. We have 20 million from him. Socrates, Mustafi, all these contracts running out. And if we finish in the top 4, that's Champions League money on top of our usual budget. We could have 150 minimum to spend.
Well, cross our fingers that fans can start coming back to the stands in January in some capacity, to some percentage.
Can I ask a question though? do we actually want Aouar at Arsenal, given that he said that he'd rather stay at Lyon and see them okay? You know, if you think back to what Arteta said a few months back about having players that want to play for the badge, do we really want him here off the back of those comments now? He's a great player with a great prospect, with a high ceiling, but is he the kind of player that is ultimately Arsenal? You know, a player that would come in and really want to play for the badge and propel us to another level? Or is he just another player? And I don't mean he's a bad player. He may come in and do a job for a couple of years, but I get the impression by his comments that actually he doesn't really see Arsenal as his number one choice, to which case I'm perfectly fine with him rejecting us and us moving on.
Yeah, that's true. But I think that he's considered probably the best talent out of the French league, apart from Mbappe, obviously. So I think even if we weren't his top priority and we did get him next summer, I'm not complaining because he's just such a great player, in my opinion.
I think it's just political. I think he knew he was going back. He knew the deal had fallen apart. He didn't want to burn bridges. He knew he had to face the Lyon fans. They'd just given him a celebration. What did he play? Like his 100th game for the club?
Game, yeah.
Yeah, it would have been probably the blowback. I think once he knew that the deal was probably not working out, he just didn't want to risk that. I mean, but that's my take.
Yeah, I reckon next summer we'll go for Sabazai from Salzburg.
Yeah, he's really good.
22 million pound release clause. You can pay in 2 installments. Simple.
Is that what he's got? He has a release clause. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's a very good show, actually. But I think the thing that strikes me with Lyon at the moment is they've got losses of 100 million confirmed by their buyer loose. They had a number of deals lined up, never materialised. So where are they getting their money from?
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless they've been had reassurances from, say, Paris Saint-Germain or Juventus next year to say, we'll give you X amount to cover it. But for me, I'd love to have Aouar here. I potentially could see us going back in January window, but saying a bit like the Saliba deal, going, we'll loan him back to you for 6 months and we'll have him in the summer.
You know, Sammy, I wonder whether this is a game of Russian roulette that Lyon have played and lost. You know, it's kind of a weird one because for all intensive purposes, they were going to shift Depay today to Barcelona and Dembele wasn't prepared to sign an additional contract of a year or two and go to Man United on loan. I won't go to Man United on loan, full stop right now. I don't know anybody that would. Anyone,
not after that result.
Any world-class player, and I'm not saying Dembele's world-class, but I think he has the ability to be world-class in his day, would not go to Man United right now. That's fact. Sorry, Man United fans watching this. Get a reality check in your own club. We've all been there at Arsenal, so it's fine. We can say this. But, you know, with Lyon's situation, where they need to raise 100 million, they're going to have to shift some players in January, and they're going to have to be rock bottom prices. So if you think Aouar is worth 60 million euros today, if Lyon continue, they don't shift any players in the next hour or two, they could be shifting Aouar for 20 or 30 million in January. And maybe Arsenal are looking at that thinking, okay, maybe we're getting an even better deal now. Aulas has played the game and lost.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Where do they?
We could even spring a deal on them involving Lacazette, because they're going to be desperate for a striker if Depay leaves. Lacazette will have a year left on his contract. It's we'll do a swap deal.
Yeah, Lyon won their initial match and they haven't won in their next 5, and they're sitting 14th on the table. So
yeah, that's why it baffles me they went to
That's
stay.
an unsettled club.
Yeah.
But like us last year, 4 draws, 1 win, 1 defeat. So just drifting.
Yeah, well, it's all going south for Lyon. I mean, they were in a Champions League semi-final, and it's just not working out for them. It's you got to manage the books. People forget that football is also business. And we don't like hearing about 55 people losing their jobs. They're losing them in all types of line of work at the moment in different businesses and organisations and industries around the country, and any other country for that matter. Football's a business, and if you've got to raise 100 million, you've got to raise 100 million. Full stop. You got to find it from somewhere, and your top assets are where you go first. And they're in big trouble if they haven't sold players, I would say, by the end of January. So it could be really fun if you're a team wanting to buy a player from Lyon in the January market. PSG should be all over that too.
Yeah.
And I imagine they already will be.
Yeah, definitely. That's why it baffles me about Paqueta. I know they bought him, but that's why I don't understand where they got the money from, because I think they said they needed to sell to buy, but like Jeffrey and Adelaide hasn't gone, and this is why I don't understand why Aouar wants to stay, with how Lyon have been quite bad over the season last year and haven't started well this year at all, really. Like a couple draws I've seen in the last 2 games or something like that. So I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think Alous was banking on Jeff Rene Adelaide to go today, just to balance that Paqueta deal out. But obviously, Jeff's turned around and said, "No, I don't want to go to Hertha." The whole situation at Lyon really baffles me at the moment. I think once the window's shut, we'll probably hear a lot more from Alous, and with him, he'll probably try and speak from a position of power rather than weakness. But the whole thing for me, it just baffles me. I don't understand what he's trying to do there at the moment.
No.
I think we really messed him up. I think he was banking on us offering what he wanted, and we've just gone, nah, not today.
Everybody did that though. Barcelona did that too.
Especially apparently, Aouar's brother was being silly with the commission. Apparently, he was asking for a big commission fee. So, if we're paying 60-odd million euros for the player, and then his agent's trying to fleece 15 million euros off us for that, that's a 75 million deal. And the agent fees aren't in installments either. That's up front. I just don't think that's worth it.
No, definitely not.
No, definitely not.
All right. What?
Well,
So, guys, just to say thank you very much for having me on. I'm going to leave you in peace now, and keep the comments coming through in the chat room, and support these guys. Subscribe. Fantastic show. Love doing what you're doing. Keep doing it. And love and peace, everyone.
Yeah, you were the
Thanks very much,
first
mate.
Did that, mate.
fan guest. Tom,
cheers, bro. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Bye.
So, Tom, how quickly are you getting your Partey shirt?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm deciding
You have to
between
see
the
it
home.
first, right?
Oh yeah, I have to wait till the confirmation first, because I can't be doing it with Fabrizio Romano, who's been
That's
a bit of a fraud this week. But
well, you see his tweet from about 3 minutes ago that Arsenal are racing. They've just started the paperwork on his transfer.
He's very slow. He's
cold,
surprised me. Yeah, he's really surprised me this year. Like last year, he was so on point, like with all the transfers, and this year he just sort of, with the Gabriel, he was like, "Oh, it's between Napoli and Arsenal. We're not going to get it," and then out of nowhere, from his mind, out of nowhere, Arsenal get him, and then same thing with Partey. He said this morning that there's no negotiations with Madrid, which obviously there doesn't have to be
unnecessary.
So, I don't understand it.
But it's all working out.
Are we ready to introduce our first ever fan?
Oh, sure, why not? Stick around.
Mr. Ollie Thorpe. He's been our fan from the first day.
Is our booth here?
I just sent him the details, so I think he'll be joining any second now.
Any second. Okay, well, I see him a little bit.
Tom, who's been your standout player for so far this season? I've asked everyone.
Wow.
Post-COVID,
Season.
since Fulham.
I've got to say, even though he missed the Liverpool game, which shocked me, it's got to be Gabriel for me. I think he's sort of, I don't know about transformed, but he's just made our defence so much more solid at the back. He's so big and powerful, which I think we've missed in a player like that. And he's so comfortable on the ball. He's just, what a signing. What a signing.
So I just can't wait for Pepe to get into full flow for this season. Like after watching him yesterday, I'm so excited.
Yeah, just screaming. When I saw him make that run, I'm like, this is what I want you to do every game, and then you'll be starting. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Do you think the formation that we've had to implement so far has hurt Pepe?
Yeah, that's what I've said even to my mates. They were like, the 3-4-3, especially when you're playing Xhaka and El Neni with no real creativity, that just doesn't suit Pepe. Pepe's not a player that's going to have his back to goal and sort of turn. He wants them through balls, which is exactly what Bellerin done. So I think if we can play a 4-3-3 with, I don't know, Partey, Xhaka and Saka or Ceballos as the sort of creative player, playing those through balls in. And I think Aubameyang playing striker is the key to that as well. I think having a front three of like Willian, Pepe and Aubameyang suits Pepe in my opinion.
Totally agree with that personally.
Few tweets saying official club announcement imminent.
Ooh,
Top of the
lovely
hour.
stuff.
Getting excited now.
Top of the hour, let's see.
I've got West Ham mates in absolute meltdown tonight. It's quite funny.
What's their thoughts on Wilshere being released from his contract?
They're like me because I love Jack Wilshere as well, but they loved him as well. But he's just too injury prone, isn't he? It's quite sad actually. They think it's sort of the right move, I guess, because West Ham are sort of in a dire situation, and he's on quite a lot of money for a team like West Ham to just not be playing at all. So I think for a club move, that's probably the best move for them. Even though it's sad to see, obviously, because Jack Wilshere, he could have been such a great player.
Jamie Redknapp has literally just said on Sky Sports he thinks Tottenham could win the league. Harry Redknapp, sorry. Harry.
Wow.
There's a shocker.
The same fans have got gassed over Bale, and he's not even fit for a month. You know what I'm saying?
Harry Redknapp.
We just kind of slid past us because we were in the middle of the.
Ref, is Ollie available to come in now?
I don't see him here. I mean, as soon as I see him in my, let me refresh here. Click it again. Now,
Is that confirmed about
my little box?
Jack Wilshere? Is that confirmed at all?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, he tweeted it.
Oh yeah.
Let's put a
I've
statement
just
out.
been sent a tweet.
Any second now, he'll probably pop in. Because I mean, we were talking about Tom, and then like 10 seconds later, he showed up. So, but I was saying that this morning while we were in the thick of the Partey story kind of blowing up, people were talking in the chat about apparently Alisson is out for an extended period of time with an injury. So
8 weeks
2
or
months,
something,
isn't
isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's a long time now, especially with Adrian as the backup, which we all know what that does. So.
Everyone on my timeline is tweeting in Arabic right now.
Respect AFC Bell. You need some respect.
well, today they got theirs. All right. I'm waiting. Here he comes. All
Here
right.
we go.
I just gave him the clip.
Sound like Fabrizio there. Here we go.
Here we go. Right. Well, actually, we're far farther ahead of. Let me see. Where's Ollie here? Okay, here we go. I need to give him permission. There we go. Now he should pop in any second now. I thought I'd give him permission. Yeah, here he comes.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
There he is.
Hello,
there's
guys.
the man
How you doing?
himself.
Can you hear me?
I'm good.
Hi.
Yes.
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Yourselves?
Oh,
Yeah,
we're having a
thank
great day. How about you?
We're having a party.
Good.
Having a
I've been waiting
great
to say that
Arsenal
all day.
party. Right.
How you feeling about the big move?
I'm not going to lie, I didn't really know what to expect for today. I said to you earlier, Ryan, I was a bit nervous about how the day was going to pan out, but yeah, it's nice to actually finally get a signing.
So
And a big one at that.
Yeah. How do you think he's gonna fit into the team?
To be honest, in reading everyone's comments about like the lack of creativity, I actually reckon he's going to open up a lot more creative doors. He's going to allow Ceballos to be more creative, Xhaka, and then you're going to see Pepe become more influential into the game. So, not having Aouar isn't actually a bad thing. I think he's just going to allow us to be more creative with the players that we have by having that solid defensive stature.
Exactly what I said.
Yeah.
I think I could speak for everyone else in the room that this signing is probably going to transform our midfield drastically.
Easily.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt.
We've been talking about the Genesis moment. Like, we all came in, all went to bed like, oh, is anything going to happen? Oh, is anything going to happen? When was it clear to you, Ollie, that this was going to happen?
So I was at work this morning and I'd actually spoken to Ryan at about 7:00, and I started seeing tweets and there was rumours that there still might be a chance. And then it wasn't until midday when my phone was going crazy and Twitter was going off that I actually started thinking there was a chance. And then I get home this evening and yeah, it sort of sunk in that we're actually going to get this player that we've been wanting all summer. So yeah, it was when I got home and actually started seeing the news filter through, and again, I think it was Charles Watts put the tweet out. Yeah, after speaking with you guys, I mean, the information sort of came through pretty quickly, and yeah, it's exciting times.
Yeah, go on, Sam. Sorry.
Sorry, mate. I was quite surprised with Charles because he's usually quite conservative. So,
Yeah.
for me, I think someone from the club has definitely briefed him today, 100%. But what I will say is James Bench was the one that come across this information around Thomas Partey. What was it, about 4 or 5 days ago now? Saying that we'll go in for him. So again, we've got to give props where props are due. And for me, this signing, Partey, it's just an outrageous signing, and to get him for so cheap as well. Because if you guys think about it, Thomas Partey, if he didn't have a release clause, you're easily looking about 85, 90 million pounds.
Yeah.
Easily.
Definitely.
Or you wouldn't have got him.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to negotiate.
Yeah.
That's how important he was to Simeone.
And that was the whole game. I mean, they kept trying to whistle past the graveyard. Like, maybe Arsenal won't notice that the deadline is today, and maybe they won't trigger. We're daring them not to trigger it.
Yeah.
They don't have the money. They kind of bought into the.
Especially, yeah.
I mean, I think if they didn't believe 100% that Arsenal would do it. I think if they did, they might have done a swap deal. Earlier. I mean, they were talking about putting Torreira in that or not. But I mean, they've got the cash, and now they're hamstrung by it. They don't have the time to spend it now, and being loners in Spain, they can only spend 25% of it anyway. So they backed themselves into a real corner here.
Yeah. Especially for his age, 27, probably one of the best box-to-box midfielders in Europe at the moment. It's just such a good deal. Amazing.
I'd probably
100%.
go one step further and say the best box-to-box midfielder.
Yeah.
Well, you look at his numbers and they just shout. So I was looking. Stuart mentioned it as well, but I was talking about it this morning. His dribbling numbers for a tall central midfielder, I would go as far as to say he's on the level of Pogba, like that kind of player. He can dribble, he can pass. He's got
Especially,
a
yeah.
shot in him as well.
I'd rather sign Partey than Pogba at the moment. Pogba's doing nothing.
I just think he's being killed in that Man United team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
If you think, could Arsenal be sneaky enough to go for Pogba next year? Just saying.
How much?
I wouldn't
How
bother.
much are we thinking though?
25 million?
I'd probably go 60 to 80 bracket.
I don't
You know,
know.
I'd rather spend that money on Jadon Sancho just to piss them off even more.
Yeah, we can wish. You know? We can wish.
So it's been confirmed. Memphis Depay staying at Lyon. Barcelona cannot afford him because Dembele did not move. So
It's really,
Leon are boxed in, and now they're running out of time.
yeah,
that's quite. Strange,
I'd just
actually.
be an absolute asshole and just send over a loan with obligation for him.
Yeah. Just give him the money.
it's not even
Never know.
that. I'd literally just say to Lewis, look, the offer still stands. If you want to do it, you've got to run the medical, and we'll send over the paperwork. We've got an hour and 50 minutes.
Yep.
You know, it's your call.
You've got until 1 a.m. if you put in a deal sheet.
That's very true. Very true.
Ooh, you're willing to stay an extra hour? Actually, I
Wait
am.
till anywhere. It's fine.
If it means getting Aouar, I'm in. I'm in.
I want him
seeing-
announced because I want to put my details in to buy that shirt. So,
Get to be the first in line.
you know, I've been waiting. It's the first time in a long time where I haven't had all 3 shirts before the start of the season.
Oh, same. I'm an absolute nut for going for shirts. Like,
Oh, me too.
I like it. I'm going straight for it. But as I say,
One a year for me. One a year. I think that's all right for me.
this one's my third home kit. I've got a player worn version, and I've got one with Tierney on the back. The away one's just blank. Could go for another away one. But the third I want, but I was waiting for Partey.
I got to check on this.
I just saw Balogun. He's set to stay, but he's going to leave in January. The Beautiful Game podcast just said it. So quite disappointing that
Sign
is.
an extension, or he's just going to sign the extension and go.
Yeah, he says he's set to stay, but no plans to extend. So it's quite annoying, I think.
I'm not being funny though. That gives Arteta plenty of time to work on him.
Yeah, like convince him, or I guess I don't know.
So it'll definitely be an interesting one.
Yeah,
Ollie, who's been your standout player so far this season? I've asked everybody. It's your turn.
I'm actually going to say Dani Ceballos for me. I think he's made the midfield tick. He's actually given us a completely different option. And I actually think he's going to be, outstanding with Partey in midfield. He's going to be the driving force of our midfield, I think. You can just see he's just different gravy. When he came on against Liverpool, I think in the first time he got on the ball, he beat 3 players and played a through ball. And you can just see the difference from him to El Neni. So yeah, for me, Dani Ceballos.
Permanent deal next summer?
I'd like to think so. And I think he's actually influential to the way we play, which is why I think a lot of people haven't really spoke about Ceballos joining on loan. They've just looked at the Willian and the Gabriel. And the same with Pablo Mari and Cedric deals. We're actually building a squad, and Ceballos is key to that.
100%. I said this about Cedric earlier. I said, without Cedric, Bellerin wouldn't perform as well as he is because he wouldn't have that level of motivation, the competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bellerin has been unbelievable so far, I think, considering he was on the cusp of leaving and Arteta had to convince him and say, listen, you're an integral part of my team here. And now we're glad because we don't have to change the name.
We're actually going to see the best of Bellerin again, in my opinion. 3 assists in the last 5 games. I see once we got sort of that holder midfielder, that solid midfielder. You saw El Neni dropping into the right back position with Bellerin pushing on against Sheffield United. But I think when we're defending, you get Partey sort of in that position, and Bellerin can bit of free reign on the right wing. It's just exciting. He's going to open up so many different opportunities by having a solid midfielder, something we've lacked for years.
Yeah.
Someone just put in the chat, Sadar. I'm guessing that's the Telefoot.
You just said Telefoot, Sean. Yeah.
Yeah. Replied to a tweet from an Arsenal fan asking for Aouar news. He replied, "Party time first."
Oh, that's very interesting.
I will pull that up on my Twitter right now.
Party time
Surely
first.
not.
Imagine.
I want to get excited. I don't want to get excited because I know what's going to happen.
Imagine we pull off a Aouar in the last minute.
Social media. Rip social media, mate.
I don't want to get my hopes
That
up.
was a little different.
I'll pour beer over
That
my
was a
head if
little-
this is true.
Let's see.
I can't.
Let me go to the tweets and replies here.
Do you think there's actually any possible way we can do it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
themselves an hour. But
I
they have
mean-
to- something has to be cooking as we speak.
Yeah, because I don't buy this thing about him wanting to stay. I thought all that meeting, I thought that was just him. If there's no bids that come in, he would stay. But I think now he's sort of. I don't know. I don't see why he would stay, especially if we come in now for him. So
I just see the tweet. Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
Where is
is
it?
it reliable? Reliable?
It's the most reliable source in France at the moment.
Yeah.
No, but did they actually read it? Where did they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm on their site. I'm on their account right now.
No, it's one of their reporters, Saber Desfage, whatever.
Hang on, let
I
me
butchered
put
his
it-
name, but if we get Aouar as well, man,
Oof.
do you know how broke I'm going to be tomorrow morning?
take out a loan.
It's £160 on
yeah.
Arsenal shirts.
We tease to these folks and everybody. We save some of your pennies because we're giving away a signed Kieran Tierney shirt. We don't. It's on its way. It's flying. It's in the air, like Thomas Partey was earlier today. We're going to give it away later this fall to one of our subscribers. But that's a nice Christmas present in the box with the signature.
What do you guys reckon of that? Chance to win a signed Kieran Tierney shirt.
Mate, I love
Yes,
that.
please.
Love him. What a player. Future legend. Future captain as well.
Would you say he's a cult hero already, or
Yes. I'll answer that for everyone. Yes.
Yeah.
Going back to the chat here. Okay, now I'm gonna track it down.
Surely not.
Here we go.
Like,
could you imagine if we just put the extension in? Like, I'm not being funny. Why would he put that? If he's one of, if not the most reliable person in France.
he was first.
Likes. I don't know.
Pepe, he was first with Pepe and Gabriel.
What's his
Yeah, what's his
Twitter handle here?
It's at Saber DESFA.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm looking at it now.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
Partey time before.
Before handshake as well. So surely
Is he doing it? I don't know. He knows Arsenal fans on social media is going to blow that up as well. So
yeah, but for me, it's if he's reporting it and he's one of the most reliable people in France, he doesn't benefit anything from putting fake news out.
yeah, don't want to jeopardise his reputation.
He doesn't have to. He's on a channel.
That
It's
means
going to
we
be
have
another
a.
2 hours.
Well, if we put a deal, 5 hours.
I'll be going to bed, I'm afraid.
But then you'll be waking up about an hour.
Waking up to some good news.
You're going to try to go to sleep, and it's not going to work.
It'll be like Christmas Eve.
Oh, you're just calling sick tomorrow.
Or if you're smart like me, have the week off.
How about that?
I did exactly the same thing.
A bit of FIFA, a bit of transfer news. Lovely jubbly.
And a few beers.
Absolutely.
There it is. I just saw it. Oh my goodness! Look, it's funny as how you're seeing the numbers roll as people are clicking it. People are
I've seen the replies.
It's just but it's like a cash register. The numbers are because people are retweeting it and liking it, and like it's blowing up. Yes, party time before with the handshake. Oh dear. There's
just in the reply saying
minutes.
Buendia, do you think he's a target for Arsenal? Because I know there's a window, isn't there, that shuts after this one for Championship players, isn't it? So
yeah, I feel like if we wanted Buendia, I think we would have done it already.
Yeah, I guess. I know he wants to leave though. I know he's put it out there. He wants to leave Norwich. So
we're going to get someone from domestic. I prefer that Ben Rama from Brentford.
Definitely, that's a good shout. Did you see his goal the other night?
Yes.
Oh. He sent that Hector geezer to the shop for a packet of quavers.
That's what Ronaldinho used to do.
Let's not even talk about this because for my Sunday league team, literally played defensive midfield. Some guy was standing on the ball, went charging over to him, and he literally Ben Rama me. Just put the ball straight through my leg. Killed me dead. I was like, no. The amount of stick I got off the sideline as well was, it's just humiliating.
I hope he was all social distancing.
Huh?
I hope there was all social distancing.
Oh, there's no social distancing when that happened. People were jumping on each other. I was like, oh, God, here we go.
I'm sorry, but did Paul Merson actually say sacking Gunnosaurus helped Arsenal get Partey?
Well, he did say he makes 80k a week or something like that.
Oh, Paul Merson, come on.
How many beers did he sink before the show?
So,
just Paul Merson, I think.
The Gunnosaurus makes more than Socrates. Okay.
Good old Merce.
How is Socrates still at Arsenal?
Baffling. I'm hoping.
Mustafi, how are these players still here? I don't understand.
Like, I was saying to the guys before about Mustafi, I think Arsenal missed a trick in regards to protecting his transfer value. I think we should, when COVID hit, we should have offered him a 1-year deal just to protect his transfer value, because obviously clubs are looking at him go, yeah, we probably do want him now, but we'll wait, 12 games and sign him on a Bosman or a extremely minimal fee in the January window. But I think Arsenal's expectation was somebody would have come in because there's a lot of noise around Lazio. But
yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Was it 10 million or something like that?
Yeah, along that lines. Yeah, but the thing with Lazio, they had to get rid of quite a few players, but they didn't in the end.
Yeah.
So I don't
Same
even
with Kolasinac, I guess.
Did Wesley Hoyt get announced today by Lazio?
No, I don't think he did.
No. So Lazio literally have cancelled all their deals by the looks of things.
Didn't they have to sell someone?
Yeah. But
that's really messed us up, didn't it? Other teams having to sell to buy.
Yeah.
Leverkusen, what's it called? Lazio, all these. It would have happened with bloody Atletico as well if we didn't activate his release clause.
But with Leverkusen, they sold Havertz. So I would like to know why the Kolasinac deal didn't go. I guess.
I think it's
waiting for Wendell. Was it Wendell?
Wendell. Oh yeah.
It was his wages. He didn't want. They wanted.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was money. I think it was more. They had too many defenders.
If they would have signed Kolasinac, they would have had 4 left backs.
I mean, I know he wanted to leave though, didn't he? because of what happened with Ozil and that. And I know they said that his wife wanted to go back, stuff like that, but I don't know if that's all true, obviously.
Yeah, because at the time, there was reports saying that she'd already gone back to Germany.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Kolasinac wife.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Nice, you saw the Nice rumor? Nice have come in late for Ren Adelaide.
Luigi
Oh, yeah, just in it, Luigi
Gaspar.
No.
Luigi Gaspar is winked. Mad. If
Mohamed Bafassa just said Aouar stays in Lyon, but
he said that a couple times today. What's the age on that tweet? Because somebody was citing him from a couple of hours ago, right when we came back for the second ship. Somebody was saying Bafassa said.
Yeah, he said it a minute ago. Actually, someone replied to him saying Lyon needs to sell, and he said Aouar stays. So. But stay hopeful, I guess.
Well, as I said earlier, I'd have been on the phone to Barca. You need the pie. Give me Coutinho on loan, son.
Yeah.
But
who do you think is going to be that creative player then for us? Because that midfield, I don't know who's going to start in midfield now. It's it's good that we have options, but I'm not sure who's going to start. Obviously Partey, but
for me, it'd be Ceballos.
Yeah, I think it'd be Ceballos and a mix of Saka and Willian in the number 10.
No, Xhaka.
I see. For me, Xhaka starts every game, right? I think he's that important. But it's tough, actually. I feel sorry for Arteta.
Yeah.
Why?
You're going to upset a lot of players.
Yeah.
I do want to see Willian on the left wing, though, I must admit. I think he's better on the left wing, cutting in and creating in the central spaces than what he is on the right.
Yeah, I do as well.
He
played there for Shakhtar, didn't he?
He played there when Pepe came on against Sheffield United and sort of caused a lot more problems. If we're going to go 4-3-3 as well, get Tierney on the overlap with Willian and Pepe both coming in from either wings. Yeah, it's quite an exciting prospect.
That's the best we looked, I think, for most of the season. That sort of second half with Pepe and Oba in their actual positions, I think we look really good.
Yeah, agreed.
I think Lacazette really does stop us playing the way we want to.
Slows it down, doesn't he? I guess.
Yeah, big time.
It does, but I also feel like in certain games we actually miss him. Like, I don't think Eddie and Nketiah can hold it up as well as Lacazette. So there's certain games where I like him dropping deep and creating when we need to sort of counter. He can drop in and hold that ball up. Like, for instance, against Liverpool in the first half, that's, I can't imagine Eddie and Nketiah doing what he was doing. I know he obviously missed the sitters, but...
Yeah. I've poured myself a drink ready for the announcement.
You have
the whole box here.
Just going...
Got my water. I'm fine with that for the moment.
Just going back to what Ollie said about Eddie and Laka. I feel Nketiah gives more of an intense press. Lacazette seems to get gassed after like 10 minutes. And I feel that's a problem with how Arteta wants us to... He wants us to defend from the front. And with Lacazette, we don't really defend from the front. We're more, I'll jog to you and let you pass past me. Whereas Nketiah's like, I'm going to come for you. I'm coming for your neck. I'm going to get this ball off you. And it kind of showed against like Southampton. He does it for England under 23s. I just feel he offers not so much in the hold-up play, but he's consistently in the right place at the right time. And he does offer a lot. Yeah, he offers more as a press with Aubameyang and Pepe or Willian. They all seem to press together. Whereas Lacazette, it's like Aubameyang knows he's not going to press intense, so he doesn't go with him.
Yeah.
Keep shape. Whereas Nketiah, the whole team presses forward, and I prefer that.
Well, I think...
Sorry, Sam.
Sorry, mate. I think I've made my thoughts on Lacazette perfectly clear over the last couple couple of pods, so I'll decline to comment further on it.
Yeah, I don't think Eddie's a starter right now. I think you see what he does well, coming off the bench, pressing, making those mistakes, and he scored from it. So that's where I think he should be right now. I don't think he should be starting like he was the other day.
No, I was just going to say it's nice to actually have the options of 3 different strikers and 3 different styles of play.
Yeah.
Obviously, Aubameyang being your main man, but Eddie is that sort of poacher, the press, and Lacazette for the holder play. So rather than relying on one sole striker like Giroud, you've actually got 3 different styles now.
Yeah. Definitely.
Have you seen this? Atletico Madrid are upset at how Arsenal and Thomas Partey have gone about things. The Spanish club thought they had a good relationship with Arsenal and that they'd be contacted ahead of any move to pay the clause.
Good.
You
know what I mean?
I think a certain Mbappe celebration.
Crying on the phone. I mean, what?
Yeah, need to.
We're coming. We're going to trigger it. Ooh, don't. We're gonna trigger it.
That Saber has just put a tweet out apologising. No false hopes. Party is arriving. But for Aouar, there is nothing new. He will stay in Lyon. Sorry for the misunderstanding.
Oh, what spoil sport.
Swims from while it lasted.
You could have had it for a little bit more, I think. Could have been excited. Well,
Partey is superb for deadline day signings.
Brilliant.
So very happy with that.
Well, before Aouar, we were all looking at him as the top guy to come in anyway, weren't we? So no one can complain. If you complain and you're an Arsenal fan, then there's something wrong with you, I think. So.
I just want to put out there as well, I thought Jack Grealish was bloody brilliant last night.
What a player.
And I'm glad we didn't bloody sign him.
Price too much, man. Are you going to pay 60,
I would have
70
paid
mil
it.
for him?
I would have paid it.
I don't know. I think in an Arsenal team, he could be so good, but Arsenal are not going to pay 80 mil. Well, we did it with Pepe, but don't know.
I mean, if Arteta sees the player that he wants, I think he'll pay for him. Because Arteta is now the manager. Thinking about it, like, he chooses who he wants now rather than get brought for him like Emery.
But then you could say that with Aouar then, because obviously we know he's been looking at him since he was at Man City. So
yeah,
or maybe that wasn't the money. I don't know.
I honestly don't think it was. I think we agreed deals and then his agent just messed it up. Yeah.
Well, apparently they wanted loads of money up front, didn't they? And that's just not.
Yeah, I said to Ollie that Leon probably wanted about, what was it, 40% up front?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And I think Arsenal wanted to pay 15% up front.
Yeah,
which is more than reasonable if you think about it, especially in a current climate.
Because the thing is, I just don't understand it, because if you take, say, 15% up front, you're still going to be able to go out and spend that money because you're going to have guaranteed money coming in. Obviously, with the 100 million losses that Lyon have made, I just don't understand where they're getting the money from to offset that loss. Because I think last year they turned around and said, oh yeah, we need to sell to offset losses. And they've made major losses through COVID. And Alus was one of the most vocal people in France saying that the French league should have come back on. So I don't know. I think for me, he's tried to play a game poker to try and get all the big clubs in. All the big clubs have gone, nah, not having any of this. And he's lost. And it'll be very interesting to see if Lyon's results are on that downward trend, because if they are, well, I'd hate to say it, but I could probably see Lyon being in a relegation battle this year.
I wouldn't mind that, to be fair.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I didn't understand, the Paqueta transfer and all that. Just where do they get the money for that? And then there's going to be so much competition with, I don't know if Jeff's going though, isn't he? Or is he not?
No, he turned around and said he's not moving.
Yeah, so they've got so many options now. So it's. I'd love to know where they got that money from, but yeah.
Also, I just want to
Nice are in for Jeff Renee Adelaide.
Jeff, yeah.
Just want to say as well, a few weeks ago, Freddie, our colleague, actually said closer to the deadline, Arsenal are going to go hard for Thomas Partey. So just shout out to Freddie.
Yep.
Apparently, Thomas Partey's agents have just arrived at the La Liga headquarters. That's been reported by El Legaro.
Only just? Or is that?
Yeah, I think the last thing they do is do the payment, no? Because obviously if he fails a medical, we've already
Well, this
deposited
means the
50 million.
medical-
Oh, yeah.
was completed, right? The London medical, and they've tipped off because he's buying out his own, right? And then they pay him. How it works. They probably fronted them the money to go make the payment.
Yeah, because it's usually agents or the player that get the money for their buyout clause,
So
and then they
the
physically
payment.
have to go there. Yeah,
Yeah, so this is how my understanding of how it works is Arsenal inform them they're triggering the clause. They tell them how. The La Liga offices check payment, check all the paperwork, make sure there's nothing dodgy about it, where it's coming from, how it's coming, and then they inform Atletico that you're getting so and so have triggered the clause. You'll be getting this amount, and then it's just normal deal, medical paperwork with the new team, whatnot, and then eventually the money goes into the office. Arsenal give Partey or his advisors the money, and then they go and pay it at the office, and then it's done.
And that's where we are. Final step.
That's where we are. I'm hoping we get a decent announcement,
Yeah.
Still got 90 minutes.
like a little bell.
I'm not a fan of all this like electronic, like the one they did with Pepe. I don't know. I didn't like that.
Right. So AS has the headline. Arsenal will pay the Thomas clause according to not the team, not the agent, according to La Liga. So this is straight from the league offices. So there you go.
I just find it hilarious that Atletico are so butthurt going, but they haven't dealt with us. They've gone straight to the Liga headquarters. It's like,
I'm happy Arsenal are doing that.
yeah, it's ruthless as well. Because I think if, say this deal was, say 3 years ago, if Arsenal approached Atletico and went, we want your player, here's the money, and they said no, I don't think Arsenal 3 years ago would have gone, okay, we're going to go to the Liga headquarters and doing the release.
Ivan Gazidis.
Yeah.
Never happening.
But I'm not being funny. I think that guy was actually worse than Emery in terms of being at Arsenal.
I'm not. Look what he's doing at Milan. He's. I don't know.
Yeah. But let's all be thankful. He's gone. Emery's gone.
Yeah.
We've got people with a clear, precise plan moving forward, and that's what we want.
Who's this Ahmad Traore from Man United? Is he a good player? I've never heard of him.
I mean, I think he's only played like 2 senior games.
£40 million apparently. Or something.
Well, he's at Atlanta, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. One of their players described him in a podcast as being like Messi, and I'm like,
that's what they said about Almiron, didn't they? So
everyone says that about players, but
I mean, Nigerians call Iwobi the Nigerian Messi. So
I still can't believe we got rid of him for 40 million. Literally
deal.
pulled Everton's pants down for that one.
Well, but
there was some fans didn't want that as well. They were like, "Why are we selling him?"
But that's when Everton first got the ownership, right? The new ownership, and they threw money around. I mean, that's what City did. That's Arsene fleeced them when it was Adebayor wanted to go. What was that wonderful line? He went to go to Milan. Milan is like Beyonce, and then Arteta said, "You're going to City." Sorry.
Yeah.
Same thing. And City was brand new, and they were throwing cash around. So he's like, "Okay, what he did get 35 million for him? Something.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, how slow Sky Sports are. They're not even mentioning
Terrible
Partey at all, really.
Sky Sports.
They'll break the news after Thomas has gone to bed in the hotel.
See? And that's why people should come here, because you get news first. It's here, right here.
Poor.
It's all gone quiet, isn't it? A bit?
Yeah,
I'm just constantly refreshing Twitter. Just
I think
waiting.
it's just that little bit of a lull where everything's just being sewn up.
So, Marco, I've got a picture of Partey's agent going into the office to sign the paperwork. I think that's the last signature they need as well.
Mm-hmm.
How long is it? 4 years or 5?
Football España has turned around and said Thomas Partey to Arsenal is done. Arsenal have deposited €50 million clause into the Liga's bank account. Just one issue remains: the legal representation of Partey or the player himself. But he's in London, must sign the contract in person before
There it is.
12 CET at the Liga.
He's in the building already.
Yeah.
Hope he doesn't get lost.
Atletico representative going, no, you're in this office. No, this one. Come here, son.
They lock him in the elevator.
One of my guys on Twitter, Sam, he just sent me this. He's like, look at this fool. You know that Frank Khalid who supports Chelsea?
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
He tweeted, I see a lot of Arsenal fans are reminding me of a tweet from April about Thomas Partey. Firstly, great signing if they complete it today. But let's be honest, 55 staff were made redundant because Arsenal could not afford to pay their salaries. Today, poor old Gunnosaurus got the sack. I mean, this narrative of Arsenal being poor, and we've made these redundancies because we're poor. I mean, we just paid €50 million up front in cash.
They're just salty. It's just salty.
But the
Chelsea
thing
fans,
is,
isn't it?
I wanted to touch on the redundancies a little bit as well. As I mentioned earlier on in today's show, the redundancies were coming regardless of COVID, because Tim Lewis, who is Kroenke's eyes on the ground over in London, done a internal review of all the departments, and this was a long time coming, because we spoke about on the pod before that Arsenal's off-field staff was very bloated, considering compared to Man United, compared to Chelsea, Spurs, Liverpool, and the redundancies are people that jobs just simply don't exist. So for the media to turn around and say, oh, they're sackings, they weren't sackings, they were made redundant. Like, I'm not being funny, even Raul Sanelli wasn't safe from it. He got made redundant. There was zero sackings at Arsenal. But the thing with the media, and especially English media, they'll pick up that narrative and they'll run with it because they know that they'll get clicks because it'll cause outrage.
Especially today.
Yeah.
Like, someone's obviously released the Gunnosaurus when it was probably part of the 55, and they've just released it today because they know we're signing Partey.
But the thing is, as soon as we've got fans back in stadium, the guy that gets in Gunnosaurus will be straight back.
Straight back, yeah.
Oh, the BBC have just turned around and said we are just waiting confirmation regarding Partey.
Is there a picture of him, of his agent? Oh, yeah, I've just seen it now, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Samuel Marsden of ESPN Thomas representative have arrived at La Liga HQ, found a lovely little parking spot out front, headed inside, paid a release clause ahead of Arsenal move.
Still have over an hour. We're fine. We're fine.
He must have waited all summer for us. He must have been literally sitting there waiting for Arsenal to pay that release clause because he's not even. There's been no problems at all, really.
Yeah, as we've said on the pod here many a times, like Arsenal have always been confident on Partey. Quite simply because we know what we needed to do in that situation. The club has been speaking to Partey through intermediaries throughout the summer. He's been happy to sit and wait for this. He knew what the score was. And today, we've done it. There's been no hesitance on his part. He's been desperate to come to Arsenal for a year now because we was in for him last summer, but unfortunately we didn't pull the trigger on it. So I am so gassed about this side, and honestly, like he will just give us so much more in that midfield.
Have you guys seen Guendouzi's tweet?
I don't think I follow him actually.
What's the little rat saying?
He quoted Ozil and was like, "Thanks for your message and everything you did for me. I learned a lot with you. For me, you are one of the best 10s in the world and London for sure." Shut up, bro.
Oh, dear.
I mean,
this party deal reminds me of the Arshavin one. When we just knew it was happening, it was just waiting and waiting and waiting and just refreshing Twitter.
I actually said that about earlier. It's like Ozil.
Yeah.
Because it went quiet all day. And then who tweeted it? Who's that guy? Tancredi Palomari. He's like, "Oh, boom, PSG have come in at the last minute." I was like, "Oh, shit." And then 20 minutes later, he's announced.
Is that guy even relevant anymore? That Tancredi?
I've been blocked for about 4 years.
I think I might have as well. That's why I don't see it.
Yeah, he really fell off the map. But there's some of those who are like, how did this guy get to this position? You just scoop up what everybody else says and go on TV and read it. So
Apparently, Ren Adelaide is joining Nice on loan.
That's only a loan.
And to Vieira.
Not on a sale, on a loan. That's not going to get him very much money.
Yeah, it isn't, unless it's paying a loan fee.
So
with an obligation, maybe.
Because if a loan fee would be less than 5 million euros, wouldn't it? Realistically.
Yeah, 4 or 5 million. 4 or 5 million at the most. So what? 3-4 million pounds? That's not going to get him out of the hole.
Leon must have some money then that we just don't know about, I guess.
But he was only on TV the other day saying that they've got 100 million loss in revenue, and that's
I don't know.
a bit weird. Also noticed Torreira hasn't been announced yet.
I saw Fabrizio tweet it out, but
I think it's literally going to be a case.
That's spite.
Yeah.
That's not let go pouting.
I think it's literally going to be a case of Thomas is announced and then Torreira's going to be announced.
Imagine if it's not even announced tonight. I'll be fuming.
But I'm still going. I'm waiting for it.
Shut it down. Shut it down, Sam. But they haven't announced it yet. It's 2 a.m., son.
I don't care. I've got time off. It's fine.
I have a shirt to order. Now.
That'll be on the website straight away because you know what they're like.
You know what? I'm more excited about the announcement video. See what that's all about.
Yeah, I hope it's not disappointing. Well, they just released a statement.
Just a statement. We have agreed to deal.
What?
Just a picture of him in an Atletico shirt. Thanks.
I've just got a feeling it's just going to be a emoji, the party emoji.
Yeah, they'll
That's
do
it.
something. Yeah, they'll little troll or something.
Probably the party emojis, and then just him with a phone in the Arsenal account going, "I am here."
The Danny Ceballos one was perfect.
Yeah, I like that. That was good done. That.
The boys will tell you, I was singing the Ceballos song for about 3 days.
Yes.
In fact, I remember getting a message from
Great
you,
song.
Ryan, at about 11 o'clock in the evening.
I think I was very intoxicated that night. Not gonna
Yeah,
lie to you.
likewise.
perfectly honest.
I think Saliba's was the best. Even his own video that they made, that was just when he got off the jet and all that. I love that.
Yeah,
a great one.
that was great.
That's the point. We've not really heard anything about Saliba this evening, have we?
No, I think he'll stay. I don't know why. There's no way we're gonna obviously can't loan him to Premier League teams, and we've got our Europa League isn't really hard, is it? So you should play him there, I guess.
No, I
Apparently,
agree.
Danny
I-
Welbeck's going to Marseille.
How about
Really?
that?
Someone in the chat just said it.
How is he playing that?
BBC just said all that is left now is the announcement for Thomas Partey.
We know what Arsenal are like. It's going to be announced next month.
Why am I laughing? That's the truth.
It is true.
I
Waited
get
about a
that.
month for Aubameyang. You know what I mean?
We waited about 6 months for Aubameyang.
Boy, they dragged that one out. That was terrible.
It was worth it though. It was a good announcement, to be fair.
Yeah, but you
I
remember
thought
when
it was
he
very
came to the club,
anticlimactic.
when he came in for the whole, you want to come?
Yeah.
Here, you want to come here? And he did the whole thing. That was a great video.
Oh,
He
that
did
was-
that in one day.
That was so good. That. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best thing Mkhitaryan did for Arsenal, was that video?
I was just about to say. Helped him sell it.
We'll always have that announcement, right? Okay, we're 70 minutes, and this is how they're closing the window. What people are wondering, like, is there going to be anything else? They're going to push Partey down to like 30 minutes from the close, and then he's like, this is what you get. Be happy. So, I had said top of the hour, now I'm going to say 10:30 your time, like 30 minutes before the close. Then we'll see the photo go. It was still 40 minutes from now, pain in the ass, but I think that's how
10:59.
they're going to play it.
Yeah, it's gonna be right.
They're going to put
10 to
Dilsey
11.
in.
They'll wind the clock down so that they don't want people complaining like, but what about this? They're time for another deal. They're like, no, here, you've got Thomas Partey. Be happy, buy the shirt, go to bed. Or go have a drink.
Well, it's past 10 o'clock now, so we can't say it all, I guess.
Almost 10.
This Mesut Ozil and Guendouzi bromance, I'm not happy with it.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was a bit when I saw him tweet that out.
No, the Thomas Partey PR guy. He's had an interview with City Newsroom. They are a Ghanaian radio show, saying says that the determination to get the deal done and getting the club to pay the release clause for Thomas Partey is a strong intent by the manager. So Mikel has drove this one literally over the line.
My guy.
My manager.
That's why he's the manager. Yeah.
He's ruthless.
I believed him. That's what gave me hope, what he said yesterday.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
He
Agreed.
said, I've got the full back in, and he wouldn't. And then he said, I wouldn't say it if I don't believe it. And he said it all summer. So
The
I
thing
mean,
is,
Conte must have paid this clause.
Yeah. And it was that final statement on the Arsenal transcript saying along the lines of, we'll do everything to maximise our our resources, whether that comes from the club's money or whether the owners dip in. So, for again, just to repeat, people that saying Kroenkes are not backing Arsenal, they are.
Yeah, we saw it last year as well.
Yeah. And the thing is, we can't say this enough. And the thing that I like about Arsenal as well is we're dealing with, over the last 2 summers, we're dealing with some of the most high-profile agents out there. And I think previously, where Arsene Wenger had that hump about it with the amount that they try and charge, did kind of hinder us. But as we know, Arsene Wenger's book's coming out on the 13th. It'll be very interesting to see what's said in that.
I think the measure of the man, he won't say much.
To be perfectly honest with you, I'm very excited for the book, namely because I've got 2 signed ones. So, yeah, very excited for it.
You can only read it at one at a time.
I'll give him one as a birthday present. So, so
I've got a signed one coming as well. I'm probably not going to read it. It's just going to sit there
on your coffee table. Just
to say I have it. Did you see the pictures of him the other day?
Yeah.
I mean, for 70 years old.
He's in good shape.
Well, he always used to join in the training as well, didn't he, when he was manager?
Yep. I saw the skills he used to do. Bit of a baller.
This is really going to drag out to the last minute, isn't it?
Yes. No, they have over an hour, but yeah, they're going to drag it to the last half hour. Because when it's done, it's done. It's like, here you go. Party. Start the party now.
Yep.
Not sure who this Suleiman Florain is. Saying Thomas Partey has signed a 4-year deal with Arsenal, according to sources close to the player. Everything started this morning. Atletico offers Partey a new contract. The salary was too low with what he wanted. Atletico approached Arsenal if they were still interested. Partey completed his medical in Spain.
Still interested in what? They were going to try to just dicker around and run out the clock, and Arsenal said, "We're done with you."
Yeah. I still don't understand how journalists have defended Atletico's position through all of this, because as we've discussed many a times in our group chat, like, they've tried to play poker and they've lost massively, because we always had the leverage.
Yeah.
Always had it.
Yeah. He was waiting for us, really, wasn't he? So. Well, I'd rather Arsenal be a big club and spend on money than not spend it, and then we don't have the Thomas Partey and midfield. So.
Is everyone just refreshing Twitter?
Yeah, I'm constantly
I'm just seeing like Cavani and all these players getting announced, and I'm like, "Where's Partey?"
Go DH.
I'm surprised we actually saw no outgoings today, other than Guendouzi.
Can I just say, do you remember the artist Doneo? Even he's getting involved in the Thomas Partey stuff on Twitter, saying, "Congrats to my Ghanaian brother Thomas Partey signing for Arsenal. Another win for Ghana. Yo, Arsenal, we gonna party hard. What you saying?"
So I didn't realise M. Hamcho is an Arsenal fan as well. I saw what he was doing, getting Houssem Aouar.
He messaged Edouard, and Edouard just laughed at him.
Yeah, he said "ha ha ha" with like laughing emojis.
Lads, it's been a long day. I've been up since 6:30.
But you're going to go to bed with a tired smile on your face.
And an empty bank account.
What's Partey's name? Is it Thomas or is it Partey on the back? I know
Thomas.
It's Thomas.
Let's go.
Yeah, I can't be getting that then because then you just think it's my name on the back. Unless I get Partey, but I don't know. He doesn't wear that, so.
I think whatever it is, it's nailed down for my third shirt, to be honest.
Okay.
I nearly just got had then. No, had.
Really?
Someone's tweeted as a fake Arsenal account, and the GIF is time to Partey.
Bruh.
I know this isn't strictly Arsenal, but Edison Cavani to Man United, thoughts?
Overpriced.
They paid a lot of money.
How much is he getting? 200,000 or something?
300, isn't it?
Yeah,
He's
something
been
like
a
that.
free agent for 6 weeks nearly, or more, and they're signing him on deadline day.
Yeah.
And
It has a smell of Falcao to it.
Falcao, yeah.
absolutely.
Does that not
But it's-
scream panic?
Yeah,
But then-
and it's so nice to see them so unorganised. It always used to be us that were panic buying. Like, I remember the Andre Santos, Park Ju-young, Yossi Benayoun, all of them, and it's finally it's someone else spending money on, for me, a finished player.
I mean, it'll probably start though, because obviously Martial got the red card, so could be banged in the goals, I don't know, but
For me,
was there a reason PSG didn't extend? I guess obviously isn't as good. Obviously we've got Mbappe, but yeah.
he wanted to
Icardi
be
as well,
first
didn't
choice, didn't he?
Yeah.
He wanted to be first choice there, I think.
Yeah, I think he's too slow. I've not actually really watched him that many a time, so I can't really say, but he seems to be too slow.
1 hour. 1 hour. And Arsenal, because they do this, are going to just pull our chains for this next 60 minutes.
Cavani is going to wear number 7.
The signature
No, that's
is
a
done.
troll.
I thought Sancho's got that.
The agent's got the signature in. It's and Arsenal, because what they're going to say is our PR department are working on the video. They need time, and they'll roll it out.
Probably that's at midnight.
It's done. They just haven't announced it, but it's done. It's official. But they're going to make us wait because they're.
I've literally done everything today. I've DM'd every person I know. I've tracked flights. I've had everyone's notifications on.
Can I just also say, Connor Armstrong, the Arsenal PR guy,
Yeah.
the amount of abuse he's got through this window,
I know.
I
Saying
think
to
people
get sacked, yeah.
truly need to, apologise.
Why has he taken so much abuse?
Because
Arsenal fans are spoiled little brats.
They think he sort of was holding back the Aubameyang deal, and it's not. He doesn't make the contracts. He just announces it when he gets told to.
well, it wasn't even the Aubameyang deal; it was the Gabriel deal as well, having to deal with that through COVID.
Yeah,
And I think the Gabriel announcement was very fitting. It was very personal to have all the Brazilians all in one chat, so to speak, and it was something a bit different, and I liked it. And I think where he gets a lot of abuse is because he's a Southampton fan, but I think people got to realise he's in a very highly coveted job, and he's got to be up there to maintain that job as well. So regardless whether he's a Southampton fan, Arsenal fan, Liverpool fan, or whatever, the guy is making moves with Arsenal, and props to him for what he's done so far. Abuse is unwarranted. Top guy.
Sam, going back to Brazilians, Bruno Mazziota, the physio at PSG,
Yes.
Have we heard any
Oh,
more
yeah.
of him? Is he actually joined, or because I remember seeing David Ornstein's tweet quite a while ago now, about 3 weeks ago, saying it was done and it's just a case of contracts and just getting it over the line once he's agreed bonuses or something at Paris Saint-Germain, or clauses. I can't remember what.
Good question, Ollie, mate. To be fair, I've not tracked him myself.
I just saw it on David Ornstein, quite a while ago.
But I think
I saw everyone getting gassed, didn't they? It was like, oh, he's massive.
but I think
You wouldn't want to mess with him, would you?
you
No.
think Arteta's brought in the two or three Spanish coaches.
Yeah.
I think Arteta's literally shaping the whole backroom staff to what he expects. And people with good reputations, obviously, they'll have to go through an interview process. And if it's not been announced by Arsenal, I think that Arteta will firmly get him through the door. Obviously, there's no time frame for backroom staff. It's just a case of now sorting out the first team. Backroom staff will be the secondary.
I like the fact that he's brought in like individual staff members as well, rather than just like a generalised coach. He's brought in specific, like is it Alan Gorgonson from Brentford, the set piece coach?
Yeah.
And he had the two Spanish young lads, one from that used to be at Juventus and one at Atletico Madrid, technical coaches. That's it's quite promising.
The one at Atletico Madrid, his story is quite a remarkable one, really, because he literally took a chance and was like, I'll come to your training ground, just put the cones out, that's fine. And then he worked his way up through Atletico, and Arteta's seen his determination and gone, okay, well, I'll bring you into my staff. But I really like the fact, as Ollie's just said, like the specialised coaches that are being brought in. And I think already the set piece coach, you can see when we set up for set pieces, they're a little bit different. Defensively, we're very solid with them. Offensively, with William coming in as well, he's a set piece specialist. And I think them two have been working very closely together, because obviously you see the free kick against Fulham that come off the post. Right, that's not a free kick most goalkeepers would have expected, to be honest. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that progresses.
I've just seen on RM Sport, St Etienne are extremely confident that they'll sign William Saliba from Arsenal on loan within the next few hours.
They must have
I don't understand. I wouldn't do that if I was Arsenal, but
I think personally, if he wants to go back to be closer to his family, I don't think we can argue it too much.
yeah, if he's saying that he wants to go back because of obviously what happened with his family, but yeah, if it's Arsenal doing this, then I don't know. I'm not sure.
I must admit, I'd rather him go to St Etienne than Fulham,
Yeah, that's true.
because I think at Fulham they'll just get opened up.
There was reports of Leeds being in the mix for Saliba as well. I would love Saliba to go for a year under Bielsa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would love
That's the other thing I like as well, is we're hand-picking where our players go out on loan.
Yeah.
We're looking at the philosophy of the clubs. We're looking at the way they play, the way they treat their players.
And I think a lot of that comes down to when Gnabry went to West Bromwich Albion under Pulis.
Yeah. That was the worst sort of manager he could have had anyway. Completely.
The thing I don't understand that go, oh yeah, he's overweight, he's not performing. And then next thing you know, he's been sold to Werder Bremen.
Yeah.
And then Bayern Munich have gone to Werder Bremen and go, we'll give you another 15 million on top. You know?
It's a joke. Going back to the coaches, was that the new goalkeeper coach? Was he put in before Arteta, or was that after
Ika Can.
Arteta joined? Yeah.
I think it was around about the same time.
Yeah, he
Okay.
actually brought Arteta actually brought him in.
Wow. He's literally made Martinez like the keeper is. So hopefully he does it with Runnison, I guess. But
Because he worked with Runnison before.
yeah,
He worked with him before.
He tried to take him to Brentford as well, Sam.
Yeah.
He tried to take Runnison to Brentford.
And I'm not being funny, with Ika Canna,
God.
you know.
Sky Sports are about 4 hours behind.
I know.
Your
Darmish.
shirts are usually 5 hours.
I've
behind.
just read he's still having his medical in Madrid. Oh, Jesus, what are these boys doing?
There's too
wow.
many Spurs on there. You got Jamie Redknapp and Harry Redknapp on there tonight.
Uh,
I see
Oh,
Harry
we could-
Redknapp saying
could
that
see
they
the
reckon
deal
Spurs
sheet.
could win the league.
same old deluded Harry, eh?
They've got like Cava and Darmish as well. They're just a bunch of clowns, aren't they?
So looking
yeah.
forward to, among the many other things we discussed this morning, we never discussed because we don't think about that team. But St. Tottenham today is back this year.
Yes.
I can't believe bloody Sky Darmesh chef just said Thomas Partey has undergone his medical in Madrid.
That was about 5 hours ago, mate. Come
Yeah.
on.
Just seen AFC Bell's tweet in 1 second. They've got like 800 likes.
And you know what? You've got to give props to them because they've been through it for quite a while.
Yeah, they got a lot of hate.
Yeah. I in a group chat that I was in, can't confirm whether this is truth or not, but apparently they were paying the PR guy quite a substantial amount of money to feed them info. But again, I can't say whether that's true because obviously there's been no proof of it.
Could be
But-
sour grapes from somebody else that got scooped. Yeah,
Possibly.
we don't know.
But at the end of the day, like along with ourselves,
They got the
They've been-
story. Good for them.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Yeah, they just tweeted the matter was settled and the ink flowed on the paper. Thomas Partey signed his contract with Arsenal.
so dramatic, but okay. We're all happy.
What shirt
It
number?
all worked.
Well, they've
Oh,
already
yeah.
tweeted out saying 5.
Have they?
18.
Yeah.
I reckon it's going to be 18.
11 to replace Torreira, maybe.
Possibly.
Partey? I heard Partey is going to take 5. Take his old number.
Well, what happens with Socrates now? Does he just get released or don't know how it works really?
If he's the thing is with squad numbers, if a new signing comes in, obviously the league have got to ratify the new squad number for both players. But there's going to be agreement between the club and the existing player to release that number. Obviously, where the transfer deadline is past the start of the league, the club may incur some charges where it's going to be I suspect it's a very small number, but where people have got Socrates 5, the club may say, look, he's got a new number. If you've got it through us, we'll replace the shirt with the new number.
I don't think anyone's buying Socrates 5 on the back of their shirt.
Well, this is the thing, mate. Other than Greeks,
Only Greeks, yeah.
you know. But yeah,
It's not a sustainable market.
yeah, exactly,
No.
exactly.
Well, I mean, the way they do it in a lot of clubs here when something like this happens is the player who's got the number, who everybody knows should have the number, they'll go to the other player, whether it's a young player or a senior player, and they'll offer to buy it. That's how it works. So they'll say, like, I'll give you $100,000 for your number. So it's kind of like they don't just demand it. There's like, here, I'll actually give you something and we'll agree on something. So who knows? Thomas is making a lot of money now.
Yeah. Was he on
I can't believe
200,000?
we're getting him.
Yeah, I don't know.
a week.
It's one of them where I keep oh my God, we're actually getting Thomas Partey.
You have to pinch
With no
yourself,
sort of
don't you?
competition.
Yeah.
Like, it's just sort of mad. I don't know.
What's that thing over in America, Raf? Make a Wish Foundation.
Yeah, for
Someone's
the terminal
gone.
kids.
Arsenal for Thomas Partey, please.
Your dying wish. Can I have Thomas Partey, please?
Please.
That's dire, but okay. I want to see Thomas Partey with an Arsenal shirt before I die.
I don't think fans realise how good he actually is. Like,
No.
it's quite you see on social media people are like, oh, but yeah, we should have got a creative midfielder. Like, it's not been an amazing window. Like, he's actually like world class. Like, he's very good.
The thing is, if you had to, okay, let me ask this question. If you had to mirror him to another midfielder, I already know the answer to this question. What would it be?
Ah.
We
What
talking
Partey?
about Patrick Vieira.
Abu Dhabi.
No,
Before the injury.
But for me, it's big Paddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he's just got that aura around him, and like you just have to look at his stats on a game by game basis, and every single game they are superb.
Yeah, the last game he was really good, I think.
Even if you just looked at him when Atletico played Liverpool in Champions League, like Liverpool looked bereft of ideas because they just could not get past him.
Yeah, both games he was sensational. I actually watched both games just to see him, and he was sensational. He just ran the midfield.
Yeah, like Liverpool honestly looked so lost. There was just like, I don't know what to do because this guy was pressing. If they broke through, he was coming back, making the challenges. I think the centre backs had a relatively easy game in both games, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
you know,
I think he was good when we played Atletico in the semi-final? Was it?
Yeah, he played because
He nearly scored a solo goal.
Yeah, he went through like 3 people, and
because in that game as well, Viasco got sent off and Thomas played right back for the rest of the game.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean he's got it all. He can tackle, he's strong, and he can dribble. Like, his dribbling is like better than Kovacic or something like that, wasn't it? It's like one of the best in Europe.
But you know what? What I really like about it as well, and just generally over the window for Arsenal, we've signed tall players.
I was just about to say, athletic, physical players that can play football.
Because you think about other teams, they bully us because if you look at our squad, they're quite small.
Yeah.
But you look at Gabriel, he's a bloody mountain, and he's an absolute unit. Add
quick.
Thomas Partey in there as well.
Yeah.
I'd hate to be a striker.
It's just strong, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd hate to be a striker or an attacking midfielder trying to get through them two. I really would.
I think, especially...
Go on. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, I was saying, like, when we go away to these like top 6 teams now, we're not going to sort of get bullied like we're sort of used to. I think he's going to that teams will fear him when they play him. Like, when you looked at us last year, Xhaka's good, but no one really goes, oh no, I'm playing Xhaka today. But when you see Partey, it's like, oh no, I'm playing Thomas Partey today. Like, he's one of the best in Europe. So.
Oh, absolutely. Just seeing this because I'm seeing it on TV. Walcott back to Southampton.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, on loan.
I think that's a good move for him, to be fair. You know, obviously what was your guys' opinion on him at Arsenal?
He was good. He was good. Like, what he would do, he would have stages where he would be like amazing, and then he'd be just non-existent and then amazing and he's just so inconsistent, I think.
Yeah, he would have
And
like
injuries as
10,
well.
a run of 10 games where he's absolutely brilliant, and then he'd get injured, and then he'd come back, be awful, then brilliant for 10 games.
Yeah. I mean, we sold him at the right time, I guess. So.
Yeah. I still remember that
without a football brain.
Yeah.
He had the attributes, fast, finish. He could finish, to be fair. Like, he had a decent finish on him.
I'll never forget that Shakhtar away.
First one who finds the official announcement. What's the perk?
Yeah,
because it's
free shot.
We're 41 minutes away now.
Okay.
So,
should we say free entry to the Patreon?
Like a month's free entry?
Yep.
Okay. We're all going to get it at the same time as well, though, because you've got the notifications on.
I've just seen a brilliant tweet. Has Simeone killed Torreira in a rage over Partey?
I saw that tweet of the plan, isn't it? Apparently, he said to Torreira, "You're going to be in the midfield with Partey and Sal and all that," and now he's just going to be Torreira as that sitting midfielder on his own. I don't know if he will start though, Torreira. I'm not sure.
I know, because you know what? I saw earlier on today, they were saying that they convinced Torreira by saying he's going to be playing alongside Partey.
Yeah.
But looking at that, I'm just like, well, where's Sol going to fit in?
Exactly. Where's even Koke sometimes? Yeah.
Last couple of years, Koke has been primarily on the right-hand side of midfield.
Right, yeah, like a winger sort of thing, yeah.
But then also you got to factor in Herrera, that's still
Marcus
there.
Llorente.
Yeah. Llorente as well. So someone was missing out. But the whole thing with Atletico saying, "Oh, we want to shift somebody," and that someone was Herrera, I think it was all bluff. Like, because
I think a lot of stuff was bluffed to try to kind of get to 11 o'clock. And Thomas Partey still on their roster. That was just like whatever. They have to go mute. They have to put out disinformation. Because again, we've been saying it for weeks, when they have no power, when you have no leverage, you're going to have to fake your way there.
Mm. Well, it was like everyone thought Herrera was going to leave, and then is it Kalinic?
He left today, didn't he?
But did he go to Verona?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was he announced?
He sort of come out of nowhere. So
I think so.
Was it actually announced though? Because I've not actually seen anything.
Fabrizio, he just said after Kalinic to Verona, so I'm not sure.
Let's see. Nothing still. Well, they're going to drag it out.
No.
They're taking the photos.
Kalinic was announced 4 hours ago.
Okay.
They're cutting the video really, really fast as we speak. If Thomas is in London, he had to have been, in front of the green screen, and they're cutting the video, and Arsenal will run it out at 10:59. Arsenal.
Just a quick question, guys. For me, after the Sheffield United game, despite me being happy we won, I actually was genuinely concerned about where we would then finish at the end of the season, because I thought we cannot go into the season with that midfield. Where do you feel we'll end up now compared to where we would have done it if we didn't sign Partey?
Should I take first pop?
Yeah, go for it.
For me, I think top four is very open this year. I think some of the traditional top four sides are going to struggle for continuity, because obviously games are going to be coming thick and fast. And I think their second strings are going to be weak. But depending on whether they try and force through their first 11, I think and I said earlier, I think Arsenal will get third because I think with our second string, regardless of what's been said about some of the players, is relatively strong for a second string.
Yeah.
I think we'll get third. I think it'll be Liverpool. Liverpool will retain. Chelsea will get second just because they can find a result out of nothing. And once their front forward line gets clicked in, also you've got to think they haven't been with Ziyech either. The only worry
I forgot about him.
The only worry about Chelsea is their back line could be their Achilles heel.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I just think they've got too much going forward. I think we'll be third. Fourth.
Over City?
Yeah, fourth. I think fourth will be City. I think City are really going to struggle this year.
They've been struggling.
Yeah.
Nothing they do is working right now.
I mean, Ruben Diaz, he looked average, didn't he?
Yeah.
That was a panic.
Yeah, definitely.
A really expensive one too. 65 million.
Yeah.
Way
This is
too
the
much.
thing. You compare our summer signings. You know, they signed, not to mention Nathan Ake for whatever it was, 40-odd million as a backup, and we signed Pablo Mari. And I know, obviously, Ake's probably edges it, but you look at that and the money spent. We've actually got a good squad player there for relatively cheap.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think.
Went to Edu for a few of them.
Yeah, I think that's why we'll get top four as well, because I think we'll get fourth. I can't see us going over Chelsea or Man City or Liverpool. I just can't see it. But I think our squad is actually quite strong because we've got youth players as well. Like even though they're not playing amazing, like Willock and people like Nelson. And then you look at our bench at the moment. You've got Pepe and Nketiah and sometimes Laka coming off the bench. So, and definitely, obviously, with Partey now, I think top four is definitely a challenge.
I think I'm a little more optimistic than you about that, Tom, just because I think, and we've been talking about this for weeks, of all those squads, Arsenal's done the best job of fixing their back line. And now that they can stick Partey in front of them with Xhaka, that just makes them harder to break down. And I mean, that's the Achilles heel of all of them. But what we're seeing now, I mean, it didn't happen in the last Liverpool match because they were just outclassed in the midfield. But when they play all these other squads, when they played City, when they played Liverpool most of the time, they're able to at least match up. Mikel is really good at matching up. And I think where we used to lose positions and finish fourth because we couldn't beat those other clubs, now we're going to start beating those other clubs on a fair, I don't want to say every time, but as much as we lose or maybe even more. So I think that's going to make a huge, especially in a year like this where there's no like super team, it seems.
Yeah. I can't.
Big difference.
Even though we lost to Liverpool 3-1, I can't see us getting sort of beaten like 3-4-0 away. I think we'll be a lot. I think
we would walk out against City and we knew it was 3-0 automatic.
3-0, yeah. I think now we set up to just sort of stop that. And with Partey, that midfield is just so hard to break down, in my opinion.
One of my friends from football has had quite a reliable Crystal Palace account asking about Balogun. Obviously, we know that he's set to stay till January. But it looks like Palace could be on the case for Balogun come
some good young players there.
Or in January or come the end of the next summer. But I said to them, like, I really hope Balogun does stay, signs an extension, possibly has a year out on loan. But again,
you're right.
I think in the current pecking order, it's very telling the club sent Tyrese John Jules out on loan rather than Balogun. Because I just think Arteta rates him that bit more because he's a more complete striker in the youth setup. And to be fair, his performances out on loan has has been brilliant.
Yeah.
But with Balogun, I do understand he wants first team minutes, but he's got to realise he's at one of the best clubs in the world. Like, you've got to pick your moments, kind of thing.
We'll do what Martinelli did last year. I think it's actually a good thing he stayed because, like you said earlier, Arteta can sort of work on him and then maybe he'll see something in training. You might play him in Europa League, and if he takes his chance, then we know he's good enough. But then if he doesn't, then he will leave, I guess.
So if he does leave, I'd like to hear it. Sorry, Sam. I'd like to hear a buyback clause inserted.
Yeah,
like,
if we sell him, because you've got that option then, haven't you, for the future?
It's what Liverpool have done with Brewster, haven't they? The thing, yeah.
So, obviously, with our Europa League, would you risk the first team playing in that, or would you literally just send the second string?
I think second string, definitely. If you look at our second string, we've got, hopefully, Saliba. Then you could play Smith Rowe, people like that, and I think they'd still get the job done, in my opinion.
So, looking at that draw, I'm not worried about any of the teams. Rapid Vienna may be a bit tricky for the second string, but other than them, I've got no worries.
When we play away, what do we do? Do we just do we go to the grounds? I don't know. I'm not sure how it all works. Do we actually go to the countries and that?
Yeah.
All right.
Like it's as it would be normally. Obviously, just without fans, they go to a hotel, source the hotel, make sure that that's COVID secure. Obviously, Arsenal are within the elite sporting bubble.
Yeah.
They'll play the team. As soon as it's done, back to the hotel. Well, dependent, back to the hotel. If it's too late of a flight, but if it's not, from the game straight back to the UK.
I actually read that I think it's Mulder. We're letting 600 away fans in. The only problem is you have to quarantine for 10 days when you get there. So
that's commitment.
yeah.
That's real commitment.
Southampton have just signed Walcott on a season-long loan.
I think that's a very good move for him. Very good
because
move.
Lucas Torreira has been registered as an Atletico player.
We're now 29 minutes away from the close of the window. We're finishing waiting for the announcement. Here comes Arsenal to do it to us again. They're going to play chicken with our hearts.
Thomas Partey's agent has left the La Liga offices, which would make you think clause paperwork for transfer to Arsenal is all done.
Well, David Ornstein has tweeted a minute ago saying Arsenal signing of Thomas Partey from Atletico Madrid, all fine, 11 p.m. deadline, payment of 500 million euros plus medical done in Spain, no visit to London. After joining Arsenal on a long-term contract, he'll fly straight to the Ghanaian squad in Turkey.
I'm sorry, but if he's in Spain, he has to legally go to the office.
Yeah.
So Ornstein's lying there, I think. Or
unless
he's
he's in the boot.
misinformed. Yeah.
Unless he's already left Spain to go to the team, the Ghanaian team.
But didn't somebody in Spain, quite a reliable person in Spain, I think we said this at the time, saying that it was either the player or a representative of the player has to go to the Liga offices. And obviously with Thomas's agent going there, Thomas don't need to go there.
Fair enough, yeah.
Because it's a proxy signature then, isn't it?
Yeah, there has to be one visual person in the room to witness it. So whether it's done on like Zoom or actually being in the room, the player doesn't need to be there itself.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm so gassed for this signing.
They toy with our emotions. They toy with our emotions, but they paid the money. This time I forgive them.
Yep. I saw that video of that new. I don't know. I'm not sure who they are, but some guy was talking about the release clause being paid to a bunch of journalists. It looked like, and I had no idea what he's saying, but I heard Partey and Arsenal. I was like, thank God.
Do you remember? Who was it that Man United was trying to sign from Spain? I think it was 2 years ago, and you had them frauds going to the league or offices, going, "Yeah, we're actioning the release clause for said player," and it turned out Man United had nothing to do with it.
Herrera,
Yeah,
from Bilbao.
yeah, that's it. That's it.
Wow.
He's have signed that Rafinha, but
Were they stopped at the office, or
No, they got in.
Did they got away
They
with
got
it?
in. They
For a
literally
while.
was there all day. Literally there all day.
Wow. Wow.
Oh dear.
everyone's
They're just
getting
long.
announced now. Come on,
They're
Arsenal.
just longing it out, aren't they?
Leeds have just announced someone. Man United announced Cavani. Come on.
Cavani. I don't get that. 2 years? This is
How old is he?
exactly
33.
Yeah, 33.
exactly like their
They've given him a
Falcao.
2-year contract.
Yeah,
Yeah, 2 till 2022.
Oh, wow.
Ryan.
and they
When I saw that yesterday, I thought this can't be real. 2 years?
I'm sure
At his
he'll
age?
fill the gaping hole in the central defence, won't they, for them?
We was discussing this earlier about Manchester United's defence. Like, obviously, there was talk them coming in for Gabriel. That got spelled to a certain extent via UK media, but it was very evident they were in for a centre back of sorts.
well left-footed one, wasn't it? Because he wanted
Yeah.
Ake before, didn't they? So.
Yeah, and they've literally abandoned that and gone, you know what we need? A striker, a left back, and a winger. You just think to yourself, honestly,
Yeah, panic buying, innit?
things you love to see. Man United panic buying.
To be fair, Tellez, I don't know if I've ever watched him, but from what I've heard, he's supposed to be quite good. He's better than Shaw. Because Little Shaw is awful.
Well, Reguilon went to Spurs. He didn't even go to United. They couldn't
Yeah, I
even
know.
close that deal down.
But I just feel with both them signings as left backs, they're more attacking left backs than defensive.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
I can't remember the last Brazilian defensive fullback that there was.
Yeah. So
No.
I don't know. I just think it's. I still think they're going to have the same problems at the back.
Oh, yeah. They've got slow centre-backs, like Lindelof and Harry Maguire. You put a through ball, they're not going to...
They've got slow midfielders as well. So you break that line, there's
Yeah.
not much chance of them chasing you.
No.
But I was saying, Man United against Spurs, you looked at the traps that Spurs put in their midfield, and they sanctioned them wide as well.
Mm.
And Man United just didn't have an answer for it.
Mm.
Like Man United now, I think they're a very predictable side to play against.
Do you think Gareth Bale going to be good for Tottenham when he comes back from injury?
If he comes back from injury.
Yeah. You never know.
For me personally, I'm gonna side on saying yes, because I think they'll manage him very well. I think that he'll play in the big games. They won't necessarily rely on him in the lesser games. But yeah, again, it's, will he be the player that left Spurs all that time ago? Because obviously he's had very little game time at Real Madrid.
Yeah.
Very little. And obviously, if you're going from La Liga coming to the Premier League's a step up in terms of intensity.
Mm.
Big question marks over that, I'd say.
Yeah. I think he's either going to be really good or just average.
22 minutes, gentlemen. 22 minutes. I'm not sweating these 22 minutes, but why are they making me wait these 22 minutes? This is the same annoyance that we had for like 3 weeks waiting for Aubameyang to sign. Like, we'd come on the pod, we're like, is this the day he's going to do it? We're going to announce it and people are going to watch, and it wouldn't happen.
Nah. I think Aubameyang, I said 4 Mondays in a row was going to happen. It didn't happen for like another 6 weeks. So
It happened.
It's going to happen.
It took forever.
Fabrizio's new tweet.
Yeah.
Just usual.
Thomas Partey to Arsenal, soon after paperwork signed, player completed deal, details in London, Lucas Torreira, Atletico Madrid, official and confirmed.
Another tap-in?
Yep.
And to think we almost had him on the pod.
True.
He has. Did you see? I can't remember the girl's name. I think it's Anna.
Yeah.
Something. She went
Yes.
mental at Fabrizio.
Stealing it, didn't he?
Yeah.
How he was stealing stories and yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I retweeted him, and I don't know why. Yeah.
Would you? So you wouldn't have him on the podcast now?
Well, he didn't want to be on the pod, so it's simple as that.
Oh, he didn't.
We reached out to him, but it was at the time where he just announced his.
His own pod.
Yeah.
Oh, the here we go. Yeah.
So he was kind of like, yeah, I'll do it. And then he announced the pod, and then he stopped returning messages. So
Okay. I mean, I'd like to know what he's like just to talk to him live, but yeah, I'm not sure. Because he has surprised me, like I said earlier. Like, he went from last year being, I've got to wait for Fabrizio, to now it's like, he could be lying. Like, because all transfer window, he said, the thing, he's going to stay. Atletico think he's going to stay. Like, every tweet, and then obviously 6 hours later, he says, here we go. So
I found himself this year. He's left himself open to every single option, whether or not we sign someone or not. He's not really stated, no, we're 100% not signing anyone. That's it, done. He said, barring a change.
But
he's left himself open for it.
When he finally jumps in, he's late.
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, he just sort of, it's like he doesn't know. He just sort of waits.
And I think last year he had a few deals that he was very definitive on. But realistically, him breaking news this year, it just didn't happen.
No. Because even when I saw what that woman was saying, like him stealing it, sort of was like, I can sort of see now how that sort of happened.
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Mario Götze on a free transfer, would you?
Who's offering him on a free transfer?
2 years ago, yes. Not now.
I would.
Yeah, depends on his wages, though, in my opinion.
If he's around the 80k mark, I would.
Pay as you play, because he's not guaranteed to stay fit for the whole season.
How
Pay
old
as you
is he again?
play. 28. 2-year
I
deal.
don't think I
Pay
would.
as you play. Prove yourself. You can get a full-time contract.
When's the last time he properly played like consistent football though? Like ages ago, wasn't it?
Feed here? What happened? I was looking at us on Twitter, and at YouTube, and we were live, and we've gone away. As the technology said, you guys are done.
Oh yeah, I'm just seeing it now. Yeah.
Yeah, we dropped. It's okay. They're safe because they're not gonna. We were
Arsenal, man. Come on.
Solar Thunder. I can't even sign off after this long day.
I'm tired, man.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day. But
Would you?
Ryan, You got your cake, right?
He has.
So did I. So did Ollie. So did Sam. So did Tom. We all got our cake.
Mental Fabrizio.
Stealing it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was stealing still.
Announced his
own.
yeah.
So I was just making sure it was back. You know what I mean?
We keep track of this stuff.
I was on mute. That's why.
40, okay, 15 minutes. Come on, Arsenal. Don't do us this way.
Could be that one.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be next week.
We'll be up at 6.
Everybody, it's going to reach this 11, and everyone's going to say, "What happened? What happened? They messed it up." You know the knee jerkers are going to say, "They messed it up," even though all it's missing is the announcement, not the actual deal. So, but still, what an exhausting day.
Honestly, it's been a long day. It's been a good day. You know,
but I still have work to do. I need to take eat or something, take a shower or something, drink some coffee.
Ollie will tell you guys I was not in the best place this morning. I was devastated, and then got to about lunchtime. I was buzzing.
You were not in a good mood this morning when I chimed in. You're like, I don't know about this. And then about 45 minutes before we went on the air, boom.
Marco have just said Thomas Partey is no longer an Atletico Madrid player.
There you go.
It's done, boys.
Done.
Fully done and dusted.
Yay. Put it on the tweet. Put it on the pod. It's done. Okay, so gentlemen, while we're still like sentient and standing, or maybe not standing, but sitting and conscious, when are we doing our wrap up? Are we doing it Wednesday? We're not doing it tomorrow. Our normal pod day is kaput.
David Ornstein has just tweeted, Partey to Arsenal is done.
Another tap in. Done. Okay.
Can they announce it now? I need to go to sleep.
I want to see the video and play it like 20 times and then pass out. That's what it's all about, having a real popping intro video with Thomas. Although I've seen a few, I don't know if you've seen them on your Twitter feed. I've already seen a few Ghanaian fans with all the flags. Welcome to Arsenal, Thomas.
Yeah.
This guy, honestly, is going to bring so much to this team.
And he's going to be on the pitch when they run out against City.
That's big.
Got left 13 minutes.
And they're not going to have either of their top two strikers. And Thomas is going to be sitting there.
Are we going off air at 11?
We should. I mean, what else?
I mean,
I'll sign off. I'll just say, hey, it's been a long day. Ornstein is, we know. Ornstein is announced. Who else? Who else is announced? Marsa? Was that Marsa or Sports?
Marsa.
What you just quoted. Marsa has said it. Yeah, it's reports from Spain. Reports from David Ornstein. I mean, again, Ornstein is he's not as bad as Sky, but he's not a quick.
Yeah, that surprised me. What he said this morning.
If he's confirmed it, it's done.
Yeah.
Luca Torreira has been registered as an Atletico player in the Liga.
Very good. Very good.
Next month's, I was looking at a fixture just now. Getting Partey's, that is massive for us. Definitely.
Massive, because those next three matches are not easy.
Man City, Leicester, United. And then even after that, you've got Villa and Leeds, and they're two of the most informed teams, really, as well, aren't they? So.
We've got Vienna and Dundalk in between Man City and United, I think it is, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd honestly just send the second string for Europa.
Yeah.
When is the match? Is that before the Prem resumes, Sam, or after? After City? Between City and Leicester?
Yeah,
I think it's between the games. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, we've got Vienna
look at
and Dundalk.
who can we start in the second string? We can put Cedric, maybe Saliba, Mari. I think Mari might be back by then.
Yeah.
And then I don't know who you play at left back. I mean, you still got Kolasinac.
Who's the guy in the academy? Is it Bola? Am I right in saying it?
Yeah.
Bola? Yeah.
You can play Saka. You can play Joe Willock. You can play
Nelson.
Yep. You can play Nketiah.
When's Martinelli back? He's not back in time, is he?
No, he'll be.
Like January.
I think he'll be back around February.
Yeah, Ben said
when did he
early
tear-
next year.
What month? It was right before the matches. It was during the COVID break. So it was April. The matches resumed.
I think it was literally the training session before.
Right before they started playing City, and that was in June. So it was in May.
Was that actually Socrates?
It's been 5 months since his surgery.
Apparently it was Socrates' challenge in training, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be another 3 months until he's ready.
No
Lucas
idea, to be honest.
Torreira has been registered on the La Liga website.
Nice.
Very good.
So that must mean Partey is going to be announced in a minute. Surely.
Before the bottom of the hour, please.
Yeah, Charles Watts.
Windows still open.
Charles Watts in.
Just waiting on the announcements.
Our numbers are coming back up. People are like, are they announced? Have they announced? Let me make a comment here. He has not announced.
They're taking the piss. That's what's happening.
Get Edouard off the photo.
They know what they're doing.
This slide was made days ago.
They love all the likes, don't they? That's what they want.
Honestly, of all things, they're complaining about Edouard being on the slide picture. Wow.
We got another like Celtic fan like that crazy person last year who said Tierney under no circumstances is going to leave.
That made me laugh.
Yeah, now we got somebody saying Edouard is not going. Not yet. You know what the difference is, Sam? Now we used to say it was Raul. When Arsenal knocks, it's a different knock. You know what we learned about Thomas Partey today? Arsenal doesn't knock.
Imagine.
Yeah, he's waiting for us.
They don't knock anymore. They just go in.
Yeah.
Imagine Arsenal announce Thomas Partey by having him in Gunnosaurus costume.
Yeah, he takes
Take the top off.
takes the top off. No, he can't be doing that. Does show how big we are, though. We're in Europa League with a new manager, and we can still pull off signings like Thomas Partey. No.
Mm-hmm.
Mad.
Well, again, the club's in London. That counts for a lot.
Oh yeah. But even West Ham, they can pull off some signings.
Yeah. Sam is back. All right, Sam. Final 10 minutes. Are they going to do us the solid? Are they going to put that video up? Everybody got Arsenal.com on their feed.
You know what? I actually think as soon as deadline day's over,
that's when they'll post it.
They'll drop it.
Like right at the stroke of 11.
Mm.
I mean,
Well,
I wouldn't.
That's my hope anyway.
I wouldn't put it past them.
No.
It's literally the most Arsenal thing.
Yeah.
Letting us wait all day.
Aneo said, I'll do a remix of Party Hard for Thomas Partey and Arsenal if this tweet gets to 10,000 likes. I'll happily oblige, sir.
Yep.
That's 7.
7 minutes. Yeah, we're 7 minutes away. Come on. Come
To
on,
be-
Arsenal.
To be fair, I'm so glad I haven't had to listen to Harry Redknapp.
Oh,
Is he on Sky right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dear God.
too much Spurs. No.
Yeah, see, I've been doing this and I'm exhausted, but if I was not, I'd be sitting in front of my television. Here we got NBCSN, and they bring in the Sky pundit. So, yeah, I probably would have heard Harry for the last hour and vomited at least once.
You know that Mark Goldbridge fellow.
Oh, what's he saying?
He said Arsenal.
He's
signed
funny to watch though.
He said Arsenal signed 3 players who would start for us. We've signed players who wouldn't start for them. Now tell me we aren't in trouble this season.
He
Not lying.
he ain't lying. But the thing is, he is so obsessed with Arsenal. Like he just don't leave us alone.
Every day there's a tweet with Arsenal in it.
Who's this club?
Have you seen the chat?
United.
Ah,
Have you seen the chat? Someone's put 1 minute after the deadline, the after party.
Yes.
yes. And it's going to have a pillow on it. It's going to be like this.
Come on, man.
Come on, Arsenal.
All right. Should I wait, Ryan, or should I sign up at the bottom of the hour, at the end of the hour? Got 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's up to you, really. Whatever you want to do. You know what Arsenal I could probably bloody announce it tomorrow morning.
Well, if they do that and I miss it, I'm in bed and they release it.
But they signed the player. I'll give them that. They can mess with the video if they want to. They signed the player.
I'll leave off if this happens. Hitchin Town FC tweeted Jack Wilshere saying, if you ever need someone to keep fit while you find a new club and we're in the market for a new 28 creative midfielder from Hitchin, you know where we are. And he goes, see you tomorrow. What time? Don't need to be getting fined day one. Oh, God.
Right.
Remember we all wanted him to sign a new contract, didn't we? Before he left.
Yeah, it was a pay-as-you-play. It wouldn't surprise me if Arteta might explore that market for him.
Really? What, Jack Wilshere?
For Jack Wilshere?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Wow. Interesting. He opens it for Wilshere and closes it on Ozil.
Cause this,
Yeah, I think... yeah, go on.
No, go on, mate.
Yeah, I think Ozil should come back, in my opinion. Because obviously he's not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. And when you look at our bench, like even though I did say it was quite a good bench, Mesut Ozil coming off the bench is not a bad thing.
It just enhances it that much more, doesn't it?
Yeah, like you could take off Ceballos or something, bring on an Ozil, and you know he's going to make chances in the game, especially against some of these teams that just sit back all game.
How many people have stayed with us? Still
We
45, plus every last one of you.
We're getting told to stay online. We're getting tweets to say stay on.
Who says this? Our boss? Oh, for the after party? What am I missing? My brain is starting to mush.
I think they want us to stay on until it's announced.
All right.
Oh, the people in the chat. Okay. I've got one more beverage left in the cooler.
Actually, no, I've got a secondary crate in the front room, so I can go and grab that.
I don't want to leave now because I know if I leave, it will be announced.
Harry Redknapp has literally just said Mason Greenwood is better than Jadon Sancho.
Harry.
I don't understand.
Atletico Madrid have just made an announcement. Oh no, they've done me.
Ollie.
No, it's real.
Oh,
He deposit La Liga the amount of Thomas Partey's termination clause, which unilaterally terminates his contract with our club.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We got an announcement from his
Wow.
original clip.
Sports Witness has said, "Go easy on them, Arsenal Twitter. We are undefeated. We are gargantuan."
My God.
unlucky suckers.
All right, I would be back in 30 seconds. I have a dog that needs to run. All right.
All right, man.
Go.
I thought I'd been
need to go.
folded.
I should go for a run as well.
Oh,
God bless release clauses. That's all I'm going to say.
I never understand why, but
I can't believe.
why is there release clauses? Like, is it just like with Haaland, isn't it? Next year, Haaland's got a 50 mil release clause. Like, it's mad.
I honestly swear to God, if Arsenal literally look at him and go, yeah, we'll have him for 51 million next year.
What a bargain! He's worth triple that, in my opinion. If he has like a 20 plus goal next season, he's worth like 100 mil.
We're back. All right.
I wonder if Sky Sports are going to say we finally agreed a fee.
Well, the window's closed, so as they've just announced.
3, 2, 1.
Shall
I
we?
hate Jim
To
White.
wrap it up?
honestly.
I'm ready to take Atletico at their word. Ryan, this is from Atletico's official account.
Yes. Arsenal paid Thomas's buyout clause at La Liga headquarters. The players unilaterally terminate his contract with our club.
All right, people.
I thought for a second I'd been done then.
Hours. We've been here 9 hours trying to bringing you the highs and the lows. We took a lunch break or dinner break, depending. Lunch for me, dinner for them. But for 8 of the last 9 hours, we've been here. We've got our guests. We still have 2 of them with us. But the window has shut. Arsenal still haven't, because they're Arsenal, have yet to roll out the video. But Atletico Madrid just announced on their official account they've received the termination fee. They've received the amount for the Thomas Partey's release clause. He is no longer with them, so he must be with Arsenal. We want to thank all of you who came, went, maybe came back. It's been a long day, but it's been a good day. It's a good kind of tired. We're all tired, but we're all tired in the right way. We're not walking away disappointed. Yes, OR didn't come to fruition, but we got Thomas Partey, and he's going to make all the difference for this club. Yes, sir. Cut me off before.
Atletico have just announced Lucas Torreira.
Doubly official. Torreira is one of theirs. Thomas Partey is no longer one of theirs. He's one of ours. All right. Whew, what a day. Again, we enjoyed every exhausting second. Our club is better. Our prospects are better. Our manager's happy, because we're all happy too. So let's make a go round for our guests, for Tom, for Ali, who stayed with us these last couple of minutes, for Sam,
Thanks for having me.
been a trooper these last 9 hours, for Ryan, and for me. We're going to say good night. We will see you again on Wednesday. We will.
Thank you very much.
This. Whew. Go party, everybody, if you can.
Come on.
Get in there.